Good evening and welcome. So let's see if the sound is better. If there's, first of all, if there's sound, it should be. And then the next question is whether you can hear me loud and clear, or if it's weird, if it's different, if there's something. Mic is good. Yes, 5x5 in the tube, 5x5. Oh, what an arduous journey we've had this weekend. I feel I'm sitting lower than I usually am. So, yep, super quiet. Sure, it's Is it just me or is it? Oh, it's mono. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I've set it up in. You're right. Let's see. Where is it? Hmm. I don't know where it is. Is it this one? There we go. Is that? Is it better? Is it? Yeah, it's double now, right? It's just a setting I have to do, and I only tested it in OBS Studio because I could record. Was really quiet in the last Captain of Industry video, which is completely irrelevant because that was with a a wrong set and different setup. I'm only interested in Factorio music background sound is a tad loud regarding your voice. All right, I'm just looking at it sort of comparatively on the mixer, and it looks correct. But I mean, yeah, can you speak in stereo? It can't. Technically, you can make some sounds with both sides of the mouth. Yeah, at the same time. Yeah. Um, so the question is if it's okay. I mean, I'm looking at it and it goes up in the yellow section, which it should, and it should not clip into the red section because then it starts clipping. So I can give it a little bit up, but I don't want to give it any more up than that. So let's just hear it if for people how it sounds, how it's okay, and all that stuff. Totally okay for me. All right. Okay, so here's the thing. If you don't have at least a 30-month badge, I don't care about your opinion. Sorry to say that, but it has to be someone who I can see and know who is around a lot, and not someone. I know that's good intentions, but someone who would be like, okay, I'm used to this level. Now it's a little bit louder, a little bit quieter, that kind of thing. Yes, some Tibetan throat singing. Yes, that's exactly. Yeah, no worries. It's just for reference. I'd like to sort of get a sense of where we are and how it feels from the people who've been around for a long time. So like, great to hear. See, Visuals here, Jeff, and all the other mods and that kind of thing. So who've been kind of used to the voice.
Another loyal
it's a new patron.
devotee.
Maybe it's a new patron. And there. Let's see. Welcome back. Thank you, Osiris, for the pledge for an annual Protector of the Path. Just open the Captain of Industry VOD and your voice now is quieter than the VOD. It's quieter now than in the VOD? That's weird. Shouldn't be. But I'll just crank it up a little bit more and then we'll see if it gets better. But thank you, Jeff. That's what I need. My mixer shows 2 out of 6 bars when you speak. Really quiet comparatively, but it's fine for the moment, I feel. It's just not lower than the alerts. Much louder now. That sounds much more. Okay. Yeah, so I wanted to buy a mixer, but the guy in the store, physical store, was like, do you really need a mixer? Maybe you just need I don't know what that is, like a converter thing. And I'm not really sure this is the best idea because there's only, oh shit, I need to do something else. I need to no. I don't know. Do you need phantom power for these kind of mics? I'm just going to Google it. Sure, beta 58. Need phantom power? Question? It's a dynamic microphone and it's not phantom powered. Okay, yeah, it didn't seem like it needed phantom power. Cool. It's not phantom powered. Okay, so phantom powered does nothing. You're also either sitting low or camera is pointing higher than usual. Yeah, I know that. It feels weird, right? I feel like maybe I'm just, but nothing about that has changed. I can guarantee you, maybe I just shrunk, I got smaller, I don't know. Or maybe, I don't know. Let me just check. Just focusing on the display right above. It should be the way it is, but I am exhausted. I am exhausted from the weekend, so maybe I'm just slouching a little bit more. Accidentally scaled camera. No, OBS. No, don't use OBS. Oh, right. There we go. I actually did a little bit. It was like, whoop, there we go. So it was a little bit. There we go. That's much better. Much better. Yeah. Fine. There you go. Well, we'll try it this way. Yeah. So, all right. So I think that's sorted-ish now, which is good. And yeah, let's talk a little bit about upcoming things here on the channel. Yeah, it's a 5-head stream, only 5-head. Right. Next week, I put on the schedule. I'm taking Wednesday off, and I'm going to a workshop on Wednesday, so that's a day off. I don't know about Saturday. Maybe. So maybe I'll take 2 days off next week. Oh my god, that's crazy. But I was looking at the schedule. I want to do more Captain of Industry, obviously. So we'll do Captain of Industry all the days we can. I also wanted to do a Galileo update of Icarus, but I was just sitting there typing my email to the Icarus developers, and I was like, I don't think it's fair for me to send a mail to them right now and ask them if they want to show up for an interview on Tuesday evening. It's a bit of a short notice, especially sort of they're in New Zealand, so. And I'd also like to ask Twitch for promotion for that day, so it gets a little bit more hyped. So I think I'll do that next week. So. Another small Ninos head appears somewhere on the screen. I don't think that's good. By me, I mean me. Yes. Me, I mean me. Yes. So I don't think you're going to expect that on this stream. And not a sticker party or weird sounds or that kind of thing. I remember back when Streamlabs had these donations and then there were like animations on top of my head. And it was all fun and good, but afterwards it was just so stupid when I was sitting there talking about something serious and then suddenly sauce just fell on your head, and it was like, it's, yeah, the hot dogs, yeah. And the thing is, like, it was incredibly lucrative for me, and that's obviously why people do it, because it was just a little bit too weird. It sucked. It sucks when you have something that is financially profitable and you just go like, I have to take it away, even though it costs. Like, remember the Keep the Dream Alive? Since I removed the weekly progress bar on Keep the Dream Alive, I've gotten no donations. Pretty much no donations. Because that was like, hey, what's that? Oh yeah, let's make sure that gets done. And it's just kind of sucks that it works like that. But, oh well. Hey, R. Smilodon, thank you for the 12 months. A full year of support. Appreciated. Yeah, long time no see. Well, I mean, you've been maintaining a subscription. That's very nice of you. So, yeah. So I've taken out all those silly things, and well, now it's just gonna be a boring stream with boring stuff like messing with Factorio and programming. I got a nice question from one of my study mates this weekend. Hey, Distrek, thank you for the Prime, and welcome, brand new subscriber. Welcome. What brought you in? All right, so I got a nice question. Someone was like, how does it feel not using your education for your current job? And I was like, nah, I didn't use my education for my previous job because I have a masters in logistics and transport. I mean, that's basically operations research, and that doesn't involve PowerPoints or Excel sheets or meetings or weekly reporting or budgeting or ass kissing. So I didn't use it in my previous job, but right now I'm actually coding my way, building algorithms for optimal logistical distribution, and using an algorithm that I used for my master's thesis. So I'm using my genuine studies way more in my current job than I am previously. So yay, awesome. Headshot. Thank you for the 7 months. Code Acula. Yeah, coding is fun. Yep. What was your master thesis on? It was on real-time resource allocation for courier operations. That was the title. Simple code writer. I still don't know if you write simple code, if you're a writer who writes simple code, or you're a simple person who writes code. Because it's much easier to be a simple person who writes code than it is to write simple code. You can write simple code, and then the customer comes in, and then it stops being. I'm very stoked for the Expanse Telltale series. Great to see you plan on playing it. Can't wait. Hope you get early. I'm not gonna get early access. I have no reason I would get early access. But yeah, I'm gonna play it. I'm just gonna. Okay, so the Expanse Telltale series, it's basically, it's more of a story-driven game, and I guess it's in this style of previous Telltale, which I don't really know what is, but I've never played any of those. But the idea is it's more of a story-driven game, and that will be very interesting to play. I would not normally play those games because they don't work on the channel, but I want to play it because it's about Camina Drama, and Camina Drama is, in my opinion, the best live-action female character written for any show at all. The reason I'm saying live action is because animated, it's Jinx and Vi. Basically any female character from Arcane. Arcane writes the best female characters I've ever seen. Yeah, Camino is so freaking absolutely. In the show, in the book series, I watched this series, and then I read the books, and then season 5 and 6 came out, and I was so disappointed that her role in the book was not as prominent as it is in the show. So the way that they've migrated, or so they merged several characters into Camina Drama, is brilliant and makes so much sense. And it makes sense from a TV show perspective that you don't want as many characters, and you want someone who can sort of follow, and then she becomes a pretty badass character. I'd be happy to see you play it. Yeah, cool. Some code is easy. Just ask any customer. It's always just one more thing. Yeah, merging character was necessary and super well done. Yes, absolutely. That's the part, and you can, it's the same I feel with Lord of the Rings. Like, when I first heard that it was Arwen who is rescuing Frodo at Rivendell, I was like, but that's incorrect. But it wouldn't really work. Like, honestly, if you think about it, like, oh, here's this magical elven prince who's 3,000 years old and basically can solo everything in Middle Earth, but he just comes in and rescues Frodo, and then he disappears out of the story. Like, that would seem, from a movie perspective, like Deus Ex Machina. Like, here's just eagles coming in, swooping them up, and then solving it. Yeah. So I understand it. Hello, Stephen. Good evening. Thank you for the 7 months of beautiful tier 3. So, you've been away for a while, but good to see you again. Hello, everyone. Yeah. Favorite show? Yep, absolutely. It is. It's pretty much my favorite show. It's the best done sci-fi show. I can't imagine what else would be. If they'd done a proper job of doing doing Foundation. That could have been good, but that's a case where merging characters absolutely did not work. That just did not work. Okay, I did not bother to watch the Rings of Prime. Yeah. Have you considered trying space exploration? Yes, I've considered it and decided not to. And let's see. Right, so frequent flyer at Giant Eagle Air. Yeah. Even he only has many free flights and use up. Yep. I mean, you gotta use them wisely and don't waste them on, like flying the One Ring to Mordor. Yeah, doesn't work like that. Works good with flip flopped. I don't know what flip flopped is. That a good or a bad thing? But it's probably a bad thing. I just spent 100 hours and just entered space. Yeah. Well, I never finished Silmarillion, so I enjoyed Rings of Power. Well, those two are non sequiturs. Isn't that the right word? I think non sequiturs. They have nothing to do with each other. I didn't finish James Joyce Ulysses. I didn't even start it, but everyone starts it and has it like on the night table, with a bookmark halfway in. No one finishes it. That's my statement. But I did not enjoy Rings of Prime. They have nothing to do with each other. It's written about like half of an appendix and then butchered and molested to oblivion. So no. Yeah, so what are we going to do today? Well, we're going to continue on our design journey for, I was about to say Captain of Industry, but not today. Tomorrow, Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday will be. I still think it feels wrong because when I'm looking at the camera, I usually look at. Yeah, it's really weird. Hello, Guy in a Cube. Thank you for the 25 months. I feel that there's been a lot of subs, but it hasn't been triggering the almost there. Let me just jump into the game now. What does it say? Oh, it only says 3 out of 5. Okay, never mind. Never mind. It just felt like it was getting close with everything. Never mind. It was just that nice tier 3 there. Good. We are into the game. Let's see. Where did we leave off last time? I think we left off with a difference or a change of hearts about what we want. So the first thing we need to do is just figure out what we want. There we go. Grundig, thank you for the tier 3. All right, now there's 2 tier 3s in queue. That's already a full level 1, just like that. So, did I? How the hell did you guys persuade me to do this?
Welcome home.
How did you guys persuade me to do this monstrosity? I must have been tired or drunk or something like that.
A kind gesture.
That's crazy. DDKS, thank you for the 14 months. And Silver Cecil, thank you for the 200 bits. Hello, Gyna Cube. Oh, 5 tier 3 subs. Tier 3 subs. Woohoo! Choo choo indeed. See? What is this? Steven joins but doesn't do anything but leave us up, and then suddenly craziness is already almost through a level 2. Damn, you have a good influence. You need to show up more just to hang around.
More shall gather. More shall enter the fray.
Hey, welcome back, Steven. Thank you for the 10 tier 3 subs. Tier 3 subs are like 5 normal subs, but they make progress for 5 level subs, but they are worth 7 normal subs for me. So that's absolutely amazing. That's probably almost the level 4 completed, I would imagine. No, probably even the level 4 completed. Yeah, it's already 30% into level 5. You guys are insane. I'm not going to go to bed early. Will it be possible to switch automatically from base to beacon and module designs? Oh, you have to remove. It's not going to be possible, and I have no intention of it, because by the time we have a base that fully works and all it needs to do is switch to beacons to be even better, and I don't really care. At that point, it's mission completed. It's not about building a mega base. It's about building a base that expands itself, and at that point, you can just put in new designs that use beacons, and then they'll be better, but it won't be different in any regard. Thank you, Urchulak, for the 25 months of subscription and loyal support as a faithful plague doctor in in Darkest Dungeon 2. This is really funny. Like, some of you have now become synonymous with special characters in Darkest Dungeon 2 because you're so used to just getting those. And I kind of lean towards like, oh, okay, well, Urchulak, plague doctor, you know, a Vestal, Isolde, Hellion, Miss Timony, you know. Can you explain how self-expanding works? There is a video on YouTube that does it, but right now it doesn't do anything. But this whole thing here just takes care of the whole self-expanding. We'll definitely, during today, do some kind of... so used to that. Yeah, Greg, you haven't really made an impact as any particular class. So you're kind of... you need to survive a little bit better. Yeah. But I guess that's not entirely your fault. Not entirely. Dev Niffer, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Much appreciated. Getting us to halfway through a level 5 or level 4 hype chain. Once it all runs, it'll be an option to introduce some kind of deletion mechanism that tied up blocks and call it a nice to have. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's a logic board, and this controls what kind of buildings should be built next. This one is controlling it, and there's a taboo list here, and this one is identifying what is currently in the list of things to be built, so it'll be expanding with more and less lights. Here, this one is making sure, planning where to build the next tile, and this little loop here is actually deploying it, and this is the only thing that's genuinely, uniquely must have that changes the whole thing. It's like, if you put a blueprint here, it deploys automatically, and then it basically just expands out here in a spiral pattern. What we wanted to do at last time was we needed to do a different oil mechanic. And I don't know if it's done. Dun dun dun. Yeah, this is making sulfur, sulfuric acid, and lubricant. Yes. Alright. Ooh, this hype train got off to a good start, but now it's petroleum isn't? What? 130. Civil Code Rider with the 5 gift subs. We're up to 56. So, usual rules apply. If we get to a level 5 hype train, then I will add an extra hour to our stream today. Dev Niver, thank you for 10 gift subs. 10 more gift subs. Thank you so much. And Gynacube with 5 gift subs. Tier 3 gift subs. They make a hell of a progress. 5 tier 3 gift subs from Gynacube, and boom, no bad time for me. That is very nice. I very much appreciate it.
Proliferate.
Very, very much appreciate it. It is so nice of you. Whew. Right. This one is also something we made last time. And this is making just... There. Train fuel. This is train fuel. Metal Wars, thank you for the 20 months, and that's a 2 metric years. No bad time for me. Nope. I think this is the one we were working on. This is, or let's actually see if it's done or it works or whatever it is. This is just making... Yeah, so the only thing this one makes is petroleum. And that's basically the theory, is that we will very early build one. I'm going to put the locomotive icon here. The locomotive is indicating that it's building fuel. So we'll have one building fuel here. Then the next thing we'd want to make is we will go up and make some, after we make the green signs, we make the blue signs. The blue signs will request the red circuits. The red circuits will request, or the blue signs will also request the sulfur. The sulfur is now going to be this one, which will be driven by the request for sulfur, I guess. Will this work, Muscle Monsters? No, I'm not in the current iteration, and I don't think I want to actually put effort into getting that successful. This is not gonna work. This one has to be having at least one of these in. Oh, that's what happens. Shit. Yeah. How does it check terrain? It doesn't right now. The only terrain we have is just easy open terrain. Right, I think this problem was is the water inbound, and I think we were sort of stalling a bit on that. How much is the water consumption on this? I think it was like too much. 1,000 water. That's no way I can support 1,000 water in. That means every 50 seconds a water train comes in. Yeah, set it to manual, but I still need to... yeah, I think I need to... We'll do it this way. Woo, Steven! Thank you for the 10 gift subs!
More shall enter the fray.
If I set it to manual and then build one in here, then I still think that the blueprint will make it. Yeah, water trains are absolutely junk, but I don't have a choice. Sorry, but that's just the way it is.
Fills you with determination.
That's the one. Water. And... Falcon? Falcon, awesome. Thank you for the prime, and welcome. Oh, that one took a long time to show up. Oh, really? You it was maybe one of those to push it over the level 5. I thought it was just like, I don't know. I have no idea. Yeah. 60 seconds. Thank you for already a level 5 hype train. That's amazing. Right. Yeah, sniping. Doesn't say who. Hey, Devnifer, thank you for 10 more gift subs. That's 25 gift subs today. Wow. And we see the code Acula that was such a fan of coding is also now a sub. Whoops, there you go. Thank you so much. And well, let's see if what is the status on this? Silver Cecil with 200 bits. Are you kidding me? 200 bits to win a level 5 hype train. That's insane. Well, good evening or good morning. All right, well, that's just ruining that one for Silver Cecil. Just ruined. Thank you so much, Steven, for 5,000 bits. I think 300 bits could have done the work, but no. It had to be 5,000 bits. Sorry, Silver Cecil, you kind of lost out on that one by a slim margin by the last 2 seconds. Wow. Thank you, everyone. And Devnifer is a new hype train leader. Woohoo! Absolute. Sorry, but you got the whole thing started. It was the push that needed to get going. Cool. Are we kind of happy about this? So now we also need to design a plastic one. I think we should design the plastic one right now. Because reasons. Then we'll get all this done at the same time. So we'll have one that's oil processing. We'll have one that's plastic. The rocket fuel will be up here. And, well, they won't. Plastic, sulfur, and batteries, we get around to that one. So we'll put that here. So, plastic. Why gift subs so popular? Is it connected to regional pricing? I think it's connected to regional pricing. You're absolutely right. For some people, of course. I mean, I would guess that TX Steven is in the US, so that's kind of the baseline. But I think that gift subs are more popular because they both give something to me and something more tangible to the community, so that there'll be more people with the cool badge, I guess. It really bothers me. I know that I haven't changed anything, and I can guarantee you that stupid camera is different from last time. Because when I'm looking, I'm kind of looking up to the monitor above the camera, and that bothers me. I never did that. I feel like I was up here usually, or maybe the camera was further down. I feel this is more comfortable than this. Maybe my chair got messed up while I was raging and fuming over my audio settings on Friday and missed out on the stream. Sorry about that. missing out on the stream, not the raging part. You don't care. Let's see. So we are going to make something here. Last time Twitch tried to do regional pricing for Poland, it was pure extortion. There are regional pricing and for subs, but not for bits. And I think that regional pricing should be for your own sub, but not for gift subs. Because, for example, in a case when getting the hype train leader, then 50 subs in the US versus, or let's take the worst case, 50 subs in Switzerland versus 50 subs in, I don't know, India. It's not the same price, but they count as the same from hype train progress, from winning the leaderboard, all that stuff. But there is probably a factor 3 in difference in price. And someone who gifts 50 subs is probably, it just, I don't know. I think from a personal one, it made sense, right? Around here, yeah. I think they're also expensive in Denmark, but that's like all taxes on top. Cost 29.99 in kroner in Denmark for a sub. It's not so bad. Cool. Let's see. How much do we need? If someone is fast on the hands and want to help out, then 6 signs per minute, 6 signs per second of all sciences. How much plastic would that require? Just to give a baseline on how much that would require. That would be very nice if someone could help calculate that for us. Because it's going to be a lot, and this one is going to be 650 for a sub with a current exchange. Oof, ouch, that's very expensive. This will make it 14 and 140. Ten of these, that's 20. 6 per second, yes. So this is one belt. Then I think what I want to do is like this, 2 belts. Productivity, no productivity at all. Productivity on the rocket silo, but nowhere else. Also, it's all 6 signs per second of all sciences. No productivity except productivity 3 on the rocket silo. Anthony, 233. All right. And then I will a little bit more than what I have here. This is almost 600. I can't really get more than this, can I? Okay, how much is this producing? 700. Not including, okay, that's not including productivity. Okay, so it'll be a little bit less than that. But still, I get 190. Okay, that sounds about right. Thank you. Compared to the 233 without productivity, sounds like 190 with productivity. Do you have some guide about combinators in Factorio? I don't, I just don't understand how that works. Yes, I do. There is actually 2 of those. In one of the videos, I promised that there are 3, but there's only 2. And yeah, that's the one. Well, so yes, I have 2 guides for that. One is about basics and one is examples, I think. All right. What do you guys think we should build in terms of this? Like, obviously we're going to get 2 trains in, coal and petroleum, and 1 belt out, or 1 out. Let's see, where do we have a fuel inbound? Here's a fuel inbound. Let's copy that. And then we are going to get another solid inbound. Must be something solid here. Oh man, I don't like this. Okay, these actually have 2, so that's that I like. Let's have a look at the quantities here. Very low quantities. Okay, cool. What about here? Also, not low quantities. Oh my god, that's definitely not having. This must be a better build. I'm gonna have to go over here and do this one instead. This has to be this build here. Which is gonna be really unfortunate because it's gonna overlap. Why are they saying no path? Ah. Well, it doesn't matter. They're here now. This is really unfortunate, that one. But it's not a direct flaw, it's just a limitation. It doesn't break. It's looked up. In Turkey, description is 10 lira, Turkish lira. That's nothing. How many hours do you have in Factorio? 7,404 at this point. I just checked before loading. 7,404. Yes, indeed. Yep. Did you kill station names? I kill station names, I think. No? I think I killed this logic here. Oh, there's also some awfulness here. This has limit 0. That makes no. Oh, I get it. I get it. It was trying to move, but it was moving to a station that didn't exist because this is actually a closed station. The reason why it's closed is because these are full. There and there. Now they'll be open again. 2 and 2. So previously we were at the station and that was fine, but now they're stuck at they're stuck. And then I could build them again and they would actually go into these stations. Good. So will it communicate? It'll communicate 1 water and 1 oil inbound. Yes. Good. And let me see. This is now the oil station. Oil is going in here. That's correct. And this is the water, and water goes in there. Yes. So that works. And this one should be ready for build. I'm going to need a train for this as well. But that's also an inbound station, so kill you as well. I think these should have... Is that correct? Yeah, because they're going to be automatic and then they'll go into this station, sulfur, until full. And then I need a station out here, which will be called request sulfur. And then this will be going to request sulfur until empty. There you go. And this one, we're also going to get into another one called request lubricant. Until full and until empty. And then I guess someone was at last time saying, don't wait for this one to be all the way up. Maybe just say at least half, or time? Or time past 60. I guess we can do that as well. Yeah, I think that's better. Grundig, you're saying like in Turkey. Are you in Turkey? Didn't know that. Yeah, but the 10K, see, the thing is, I don't want to set it to 10K because then it will drive when it gets to 10K on the second iteration. Then it'll come back, fill up to 10K, and go out. But when I actually just try to go out, and then it won't be keep filling. But if I set it to 60 seconds, then when it comes back and there's a full load, then it will fill up the full load faster. But this will just guarantee that it is able to get in here. And that was actually a mistake, wasn't it? Because I shouldn't have left it as that. There. This one, and these are inputs, so they should not have anything. Is there anything else I need for this? Uh, 10K and 60. No, because then I'd much rather want this. Much rather want this one. This will get us. And it's only 50K maximum anyway. All right, let's see if we can start putting. Oh, we can't. We have to build this part. I'm really just considering how big this should be, because this thing seems like a reasonable amount. 600 in, 60 out. It's fine, right? But 60 out is just not much. But then again, if I would need 4 of these builds for one complete, that's not bad. That's actually quite reasonable. And building it twice as big, I don't think that's gonna get us anywhere. So let's build it like this. Cool. That means I need a solid build in, and then I got distracted. That's a solid one in. Not a good solid one, is it? That's not a good one. I guess this is the best, the least bad one, I guess. Ugh. Nope, nope. 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 Start with this one. Ah, so that's why. Here we go. That's why it was not working. Yeah. This will be something else. Or this mystery box. Pick one. Wow. That sounds like a quote from Family Guy season 1 with the boat. It's about timeshare, and then they go in and go, you can get a boat, or you can get a mystery box, or this mystery box. Pick one. And Peter goes like, oh, we'll take the mystery box. It could be anything. It could be a boat. You know how much I always wanted a boat. I guess that's the. It's complicated nowadays. Yeah, I get that. I think that's for me that's my association at least. What is it going to be? This is going to be petroleum inbound. Blip bloop. There. Fletch Family Guy reference. I mean, you'd always expect a Family Guy reference, I suppose. There. If it's less than 100,000 in here, then initiate it. This one is 1. And I'm going to send a signal that we need one more of these. It could be 2 boats in the mystery box. Yeah, could be. Could be. My kids watched Gravity Falls, and then they watched all of Gravity Falls, and they were like, oh, we don't know what to watch. And I was like, you could watch Futurama. And they were like, okay. And then we started watching Futurama together, and it was good. It was good. I find it to be a little bit stale, but it works when watching it with your kids. Okay, and this one will be coal, which is stacking the same as the ore, so that should also be fine. And this one will be a coal. This one will be a coal inbound. Yes, thank you. Train counts. And okay, I'm not going to read train counts. It doesn't matter. This one will just go if there's less than 15,000 here in the boxes. And let me see, does that make sense? Yeah, 15,000. How much can be in? That's 2,500 each. So that's 10,000 here and 10,000 here, or technically 19,200 for all of it. And if I say it's less than 15,000, then it will get another train in. A train is full of 4,000, so that will bump it up to 19,000, which means it can be placed. Yes, good. And if it's less than 5,000, then what? That's not correct. I don't want that. It should not send an L. This is not correct. This is not correct. It should only have 1, because I'm only going to get 1 inbound. But this should not, then it should be sending a... That one. That one will go on the green wire in here. And then in there. Yes, and this is what this block will communicate. It'll communicate that it wants 1. And I don't like the way you look at me. There we go. Okay. So these go over here. Yep. The lower one goes in, and this one goes... No. From this one to this one. Yes. Yeah. A little bit wonky, but it could work. Good. And then we need a station up here taking plastic. So do we have a good output station? That's an output station. Ah, right. That's actually a good output station. Because it has the loader here and it goes out, and there's 1 belt out, but it could also be 2 belts out, which is exactly what we're going to have here. There we go. That's 2 belts out. What do you think about this 2 belts out? I'm tempted to build it bigger. I could build it twice as big, which would mean 1,200 inbound. That's not going to happen, is it? If we can do 4 belts. I know, no, that's the part I don't like, but... even 6. It's definitely not, because I can't get that much inbound. And that's going to be my main issue. Right. So let's do like a little build here. If only someone had built a chemicals, plastic. That's not good, because it... Yeah. 1, 2, 3. That's the coal inbound, and then the other 2 are the outbounds. Yeah. Make 2 inbound coal stations on both sides. It's not about the inbound coal stations, it's this one. It's the petroleum that's going to be the problem. 600 now, 1,200, and yeah. Okay, so yes, I can make multiple stations, but I think that one of the issues, or one of my challenges with it, is also if I make a city block too busy, then in 2 blocks per side, 6 lines. That's a good point. If I make the block too busy, then there will be too many trains that have to go in and out of this one all the time. And then it's too much train traffic around one city block. And that's what I want to avoid. So by just accepting, sure, it'll then need to build multiple of the same blocks, even though they're not going to be as busy, then I'm basically taking the train traffic and spreading it out between different origins and destinations. Means less blocks. Yeah, but less blocks is not a parameter that I want to optimize. Less blocks is kind of detrimental to what I want, because the point is to build a self-replicating base. The bigger it gets, the better it looks, right? So having something that's as small as possible, then yeah, 64 outbound for 3 blocks. Yeah, but it won't be that accurate anyway. 3 belts. Yeah, I know. 3 belts are awesome, awful. I think I'll also build it like this. That should be like the easiest way to make it. So size matters? Nah, it matters more where you put it. See what I did there? Or even where you get to put it. Oh, this is more than 1 belt. Oh, I have a little kitty outside the door. It goes meow meow meow. Let's meow it in here. There you go. I actually had to disconnect the cat cam during this because it takes one more one more USB stick that I don't really have available right now. Can't talk now. Catting. Herding cats. Where are you going? I just have a snake. Well, this gets a little bit difficult. Nope, that's my very brand new microphone. It's limited by the technology of our time. Yes. Can we have a cat cam on break? The problem is the cat cam is it requires that the cat is actually there, and they don't really want to be there. Now my whole room is just cables and backup microphones and all sorts of crap everywhere because I didn't have time to fix it. So right now it's basically full of cat toys. If you're a curious cat. This is obviously bad. The reason why it's bad is because it's overbuilt. It builds to 32, which means the last one is kind of not relevant. What if we... Those are 2 outbounds. Also, this doesn't include room for anything else. I mean, yeah, it can be like this, but that's kind of ugly. Then there's another option, and that is even further out. No, it can't be that far out, can it? It can actually be that far out. Cool. Let's try that. I think that's the correct way here. So let's see. And the first ones will be on the outside here. One, two, three. It's still kind of uneven because this is outputting on both sides. Bubble wrap. That's some bubble wrap. Yep, it found some bubble wrap. Hello, Peter Chia. He hasn't done some woodworking and lost track of time. Oh, it happens. I mean, we know that Peter Chia is from Sweden, and if he's out in the shed doing woodworks, then I know my Astrid Lindgren. Then that means that he must be Emil. So he's been a naughty boy, and then his dad has sent him out to the tool shed to carve wooden figures until he behaves again. Is that's true, right, Vijay? That must be true. Almost. Yeah. Or maybe it was the missus who sent you out to the tool shed to behave. One, two, three, four, five. 6, 7. Now this should be fully 100%, right? No, How's this 28? Oh, this is also undercooked. I guess we'll build it a little bit oversaturated here. It annoys me that I can't do it properly. Ugh. I need 15. Obviously, I need 15, but I'm getting, like, if I did this, it would be brilliant. Except it's not going to be even. The only way you can make it even is for the last one to both try to put it out on both sides. I guess that's kind of it, right? There we go. I think that works, but let's try it. And where do we get power poles from? Let's give it a shot. Zip. Let's see. Indian blueprints. Thanks. Let's adjust his mic versus a clip of him talking similar levels. So Jeff, you're saying that I should still adjust my my sound up a bit. It's not a problem. I got the technologies, but you're still saying that it should be a little bit higher up in your the moderator tech. And that was actually something about sick. And then see if what we have here. Wow, that's a cute spaghetti. It's an interactive component. Uh-huh. Yeah, it doesn't look right. It looks like the belts get inserted incorrectly. It does look like a... I'm gonna put it into the game because it looks like it's buggy. Oops, not like that. There. Copy, paste. This is gonna jam right in there. Yeah. I don't know why. I guess this is what you wanted it to be done. This is 32. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if it is neater and more compact for sure. Well, time's up. Need a break. So I'll be having a short break, and then I'll be adjusting a stupid camera for some reason. It's and then I'll be back in 2 minutes. Everything is messed up now, I think. Maybe. Got a little bit taller. And then let's see. No, it didn't work. Yeah, cat cam is not installed. I tried to get it, and now the cat jumped down. Damn it. The seconds is like putting the cat up there and diving down again and just okay, I can see that there's a problem there. Cool. I think that's better. That's okay at least. And let's see here. There we go. Now I gave it a little more sound on my on the audio part, and then Jeff, since you're doing such a smashing job on evaluating it, then I'd like you to be, if you want to at least, be sort of my my canary in the coal mine to see if things are better, worse, too loud, too quiet, different, weird, worse. There. All right, so I kind of like this one, but I also kind of don't like it. The part I like is, of course, the compactness. The part I don't like is the fact that it generates 32, and this one is generating much cleaner, but also just not correctly. Why is it? This is weird. Like, why are there holes in the belt? Something must not be able to export correctly. Like, all of them are working. So, if nothing is accrued anywhere, and it keeps going, then how can it produce 60 and get all of it out on belts without anything stockpiled? Oh, there's something. Was there 6, 8? That one. Yeah, so this one is not working. Where are you? You're of course the top one. Ah, that's a known phenomenon. Yes. That's why there are gaps. And that should... Now there are still gaps on the inside. That doesn't make any sense to me. Because this one will never output, pretty much. This one just won't work. But why are there glips on the other side? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, so it's only putting out 14? Oh, 60. Oh, it's one off. Ah, that's why. Let's see. Always one off. Everything is always one off. And that should also mean that this works once in a while. And now we have a full belt. And it's going to be a little bit more pressured here. There's a slight chance that it's going to be... get a little glip there once in a while. But it looks pretty good now. There we go. I'll take this one. Because that's kind of... seems good. Cool. Off we go with that. And... lights though. It's kind of middle. There. So that's something, and I'll build one more of these. Then we have some belts out here. Okay, you can definitely go further down as well. So that shouldn't be a problem. This one can easily move down. Oops. There. And we'll get it somewhat in the middle. Then it needs to go into a 4x4 splitter or balancer. We have one of those here. Hello, Sir Sam. Good evening. And that will be right there. There. It's exceptionally off here. Not even close to aligned. Here we go. Anything wrong with that? Don't think so. And then we just need 2 inbounds from these. How do I do that? Is station horizontally centered? Nope, it's not. Because it can't really be. Because then this... No, it's not. Yeah. So this is now hitting the middle of the train, but not the middle of the station and the middle of the city block. So it's a little bit of a trade-off which one I want. Now this one, I should do a 4-to-2 splitter. Throughput unlimited, yes please. Ugh, they're ugly as sin. That's the same. And just plain splitter internally for each wagon. Yeah, I'm not super keen on that. I kind of acknowledge that that's a thing that should work, but... I like it. It looks okay. Does it work? Who knows? I'm also not sure the left-hand inserters will output into... Oh, right, they won't. Yeah, you're absolutely right. That is correct. Let me think. Right hand, that will be correct. That will work. There. Let's try it. It's balanced, at least. It's a little bit overly complicated for something that's, well, pretty simple. Yeah. And then I'm gonna get the same one down here. Probably a good idea to actually build this. Oh, look at that. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Just like that. It fit perfectly. Completely 100% intended. And intentional. And all that. The right-hand side belts for the inserters are one to the right of symmetry, by the way. The right-hand side belts for the inserters are one off for symmetry. Yeah, but if I do it symmetrical, then it's not going to work. So. Seriously, Sam, so how does the self-expanding factory work? Well, right now it doesn't work, but you've also been around for long enough, right? You've seen it. Yeah. See? Doesn't work. Doesn't work. Because the inserters will input on the right-hand side in the direction of travel. When they're sort of given the choice. Good. This is done. This is doing stuff. Look, okay. Move the chests. Well, I can move them outside of my trains then. These I can move them in, but I don't know what that achieves at all. I can move all of this, like one tile in. Make all this and go here. I don't know why if that would be better. Using less belts, yeah. But seriously, Sam, you've been around, so you've seen it, haven't you? Oh, there's a little buggerino. Go. And I'm actually at a point where I want to get ready to start it off. And this will have an input train. And input trains should always have a little bit, right? This one will now be called plastic. And then I'm gonna get another one that's called request plastic. And then this one will go from plastic until full, until request plastic, until empty, and then go. Good. And I'm gonna kill this. So we can actually take the blueprints. This one is not requesting anything. And let's see. Now I think I'm ready to take blueprints. So, plastic. That's the one we just made. And this is how much plastic? 60? Ugh, 16. 60. There you go. Good. And what else did we have? We have sulfur and stuff. Sulfur, sulfuric acid, and lubricant. Where is it communicating? Where's that's input, input, input. Yes. There. Looking good. Sulfur. Sulfuric acid. And lubricant. And I really should have the numbers just in case. How much sulfur are we making? Oh, well, we don't really know. 22, maybe. But also 200, maybe. And then 70, maybe. Who knows? 22 sulfur per sec. 200. I know that's not true because one is used for the other one. And 70. There. Good. How do you sound? You set a product, and I'll show you, sorry, Sam. I was just still don't understand it. Okay, I'm getting the blueprints, and then we'll unleash the whole thing and see how it works, and then hopefully it'll be more clear. This one though, is this the same as the one I have out here? Well, that's a big question, isn't it? Definitely not that much. Just get one in here. Are you able to make a starting base in one block so that you can work the automatic block system? No, I'm not. Hey, it's Tim2206. Thank you for the 7 months of Prime. Alright, so you think I killed a... Alright, Fennec. Green wire connection from right boxes. Ah, yeah. That's a good spot. You are paying attention. This is also weird why there's more on one side than the... Oh, because I cut these out. Yeah, okay. That means I need to retake this blueprint for plastic. There, thank you. Dances with dirt. Thank you for the 2 months. Oh, it's 120. Ah, well, you just doubled my productivity just like that. 1, 2. Thank you. And this one, we got it. How much fuel do they have? No, they just have one single fuel in here, right? Shouldn't it be like that? Just one fuel, and that's what they get. One fuel, yes, and you're good to go. Yep. Then that was also sulfuric acid. That one. And then we get the rocket fuel, or yep, that one. Rocket fuel for trains. And do we have anything else? We have this one.
Back. Your
That's petroleum.
Loyalty is greatly appreciated.
Oil processing. That's the one we have here. I wish I could see how much is in this. Lutex, thank you for the 3 months. The beginning, just stream to chat. Ah, cool. I think they really do need one in here. There. Yes. And that's petroleum. And then I think we had a problem with... I'm feeling that there was a problem with steel. That there was a train that here was stuck. Nope, it looks good. Alright, so before I delete this, I'm going to take a save. That's session number 11. First save. Wow. And now I'm going to delete everything. There we go. Hey, Traumatic Nutter. Thank you for the 4 months.
Welcome home.
Much appreciated. And is this ready to go? Yes, 00. And all we need is to set in here. But let's also just make sure that the blueprints up here refer to the correct ones. This refers to blueprint number 26. So it's 6, 12, 18, 24, 25, 26. Yep. And no, it's not 0 indexed. This one, though. What the hell are you? Do you even exist? You are number 13. So that's 6, 12, 13. Yes, so that's that one. That's the petroleum one. Plastic is 14. That's number 14. Yep. And sulfur is number 15. Yes. And then we don't really have anything else that is needed. Good. And right, so now we get ready to get it started. That one. We move up here and make sure that I don't have anything working. I am kind of thinking, is this one has a trigger? Yes. So right now, is all of this done? It looks like everything has an indicator in each of these. Looks good. And there are 5 here and there are none in the taboo list. Good. Good. So I'm just making it completely ready. And then we save it as to start. And then we'll figure out that there are a million things we haven't done. Okay, cool. Hello, Andy Man. Good evening. Now we're ready to start it. So let me explain how it works for anyone who is new around here and anyone who just forgot it. Basically, this is the only thing we have, and it has a little bit of solar panels just to keep the whole thing going. Actually, not the whole thing, because it has an let me just go out here. Nothing else. There you go. Yeah. Save again. Good. Right, so this protects the inner electrical network, which is just here to feed the brain, and then everything else has to be on its own. This indicator here indicates what is being requested. It works by a pull request, so I will basically saying I need power and I need some science. It'll then build the science. It'll identify that it can't build the science lab. It'll identify they can't do the science labs, and then it'll start requesting the science packs. And when it realizes they can't do the science packs without sub ingredients, it'll start sort of requesting backwards. We are cheating with one thing as well, and that is the power, the resources. So we have like a free resource build that we'll be building once in a while. The way it controls what is going to be built is up here, and there's a prioritized list each of these. So basically it'll try to build the first one. Power is the most important, raw resources, fuel for the trains, iron, copper, steel, so on and so forth, all the way through, and it goes to the end, and then it doesn't have anything else. It'll just build more science. I have here established a mechanism to make sure that if it needs more iron smelting, then it builds an iron smelter, but it takes a while for it to sort of gear up. And I don't want it to sort of build another iron smelter, and then it still doesn't have enough, and then build another iron smelter, and it still has enough, and then suddenly the first one comes online, and then I have now built 3 of them. So I need to have some kind of mechanic to make it a taboo, to make sure that once it builds it, it's not allowed to do it for a while. And that for a while is the next 7 iterations. So that's this part down here. The way it actually works is that I have this blueprint book that we've been working on that has a lot of blueprints, and that when it gets built, when the robots... Thank you, Galut. Thank you for the 5 months.
Loyalty is greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Anthony, for that heads up. And when the blueprint book gets placed in here and gets a signal of a construction robot signal, as you can see here over on the right hand side, they will have here they have different signals. This indicates what blueprint in the blueprint book that gets deployed, and that means I can then go out and design a city block and then place the single book here, and then that book is going to be, it'll be applying the book, and then it'll be telling exactly what which one it's going to be. And then it builds it until the robots are idle. And then once the robots are idle, it starts a new cycle. And that's the way it works. So we have infinite build resources and infinite resources for just, raw resources. And those are the things that we will fix later on. but that's when the whole thing works. Need an indicator. Oh, need an indicator for train fuel demand. That's perfect. Perfectly perfect. And it needs to be there. Yep. That should be working, right? And then we take another save. Yeah. How do you pass the blueprint? That is the recursive blueprint mod that basically says if you place it down here and with an X and Y coordinate about where to place it, then it'll be placed at that point. This one is determining where the next city block will be built. So that algorithm is just taking care of the location. Basically, it'll be a spiral. And I think we'll let it go. We should do some kind of bet on how long it's going to run. Anyway. Beep. That is what happens. So here's the basic flow of the of it. It goes a little token. A little token. How did the token end up there? Oh, it's okay. So I got built. Okay, never mind. There. So that's the little token. It goes in here. Build solar. And then it goes in. It just barely makes it. Woohoo! So close. And then it goes up here and gets stuck until the robots are flying out. Always the first time. It takes a while for the robots to wake up from their slumber. So right now, this is just a Factorio feature. We've identified the first one is more power. Here we have the algorithm to determine how much we need in terms of power. And this one is basically saying if the accumulators on the outside here, there's an inside which is isolated, and then on the outside here, if the battery charge is less than 50, then build another one. And even if it drops or goes above 50%, then it's still going to build one more, because I want to be a little bit ahead on building solar panels. So now we're building out here, and this part here is holding the start of the next cycle. So now we have to make sure that all the robots comes back. Once it hits 300, it starts a new loop. And then it says, I want more power again, because there's no point in building anything before we have the power going. And now the robots are woken up from their slumber. They'll get started on this part. We have some super fast robots, I think, I hope. Where are the super fast? Oh, they're here. Yeah, some super fast robots and some normal robots. Basically, we need the normal robots so that it takes a bit of time, and we need the fast robots because we don't want to wait all the time for it. Yep. So now we can see, if we look at the power consumption, this is the charge on the accumulators. It has to go up to 50. It is improving, I think. It's at 50. There we go, 51. So now it no longer sends an opening signal, but it's a set reset. So it doesn't reset. It only resets when it builds the next one. So it'll build 3 solar panel city blocks first to get the ball going. The super fast robots are part of the editor extended mod. It's a cheating one. But this is awesome. Hey, welcome, Pilgrim. So this is basically, at some point, you just get tired of playing Factorio and you want Factorio to play itself. And now we just wait for... that's kind of not working. It did decide to get a little bit more in here than I wanted. That's a little bit of that's an edge case that's not handled very well. But yeah, I was making some assumptions, and that's what always happens when you work with edge cases. Well, you make assumptions and then edge cases happens. So now it actually triggered again because the robots are still using too much power. And this is good. And also about sort of day-night cycle. We actually hit a night cycle right now. Let's just go over here and see this is... It went up solar panels and crashed down, and then it used up the batteries. And then it crashed below 50%, and then it actually triggers, I actually need another one. And now it builds another one, then it can build 5. The fourth one, it will at maximum build 5 of the solar blocks in a row. or in a sequence, but sometimes it will need to build a lot. But I just want to keep building it, so I can build a maximum of 5 of these. And especially in the beginning, it's important to get this going. And then it builds 4. Once the 4 are built, then it will actually want to build 1 more, because it's just not charging. And I guess that's because it's still nighttime. And only now does it get up to daytime. And then we can start filling up the accumulators. There we go. That took longer than usual. So we'll actually end up building 5. Good news is the game hasn't changed in that time. If you enjoyed it a year ago, it's still as you remember. Well, I mean, aside from just remembering things, but it is true that it hasn't changed. So right now, it's not a very impressive self-expanding base. It just makes solar panels. It's actually crazy how much solar panels it wants to make right now. I feel. Look at that. Come on, charge it up faster. Really weird that it's not charging up faster. We have so much power. And then it would want to build another one, but it can't because this one's empty, so it'll skip because all 5 of them are already in a taboo list. So now it has to go all the way over and look for the next one that's labeled. It's now enabling more power, and the last one is bloop, identified, build more science facility. So now it'll build a science facility, and it is now identified here. So this will be a science facility making 6 science per second. Yeah, robots do be power hungry. Yeah, they do. In terms of science, there's also an additional constraint, and that is that I don't want more than 1 science, like red science, green science, blue science, yellow science, for one of those city blocks for each of the science blocks, because they will be aligned 1-on-1. There, and that's why I have this little indicator. This little indicator just says there is already built 1 science lab. So that is the maximum number of science facilities we can build. You can also see as soon as we build the science labs, it activates. We're wanting to make, oh, that's a mistake here. Yellow, purple, blue, and green. Green is also making red. Now it is making another. Oh, they're still in taboo, so it'll get up here. Yep. Yeah, so now it makes the red-green signs. Red-green signs get built here. The red-green signs will identify that in order to make red-green signs, you're going to need some copper and some iron. And still, we want to make more power. And now we also identify that we need to make some fuel for the trains. That's here. This one identifies that I have now trains that need fuel. So let's get some train fuel. Now the first, it'll always go priority. And it hasn't been, it's still not able. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, they're still in taboo, so I'm not allowed to do those yet. So the next one it'll make is, it'll go up here and make the train fuel build. Beep. Train fuel build. This is one of the new ones. Here, what this does is it requires. That's a mistake. Well, that's not really a mistake. It's actually intended. This snake takes oil and water, and then it makes a hell of a lot of this. Now, at this point, we are probably going to be strained for power. Nope, power is still good, but we still have indicated that we want 1 more. So the next build, if we look at it, will be another power section. Also, if we go up here, this one is not going to build anything until it gets some raw resources in. So we'll need to get the raw resources built in order for this one to work. So still not much is working yet. How trains do a left in your grid? 3 rights. Absolutely. It's exactly like politics these days. Instead of a single left turn, we take 3 right turns. So that's how. That's also how my train network works. It's a reflection of modern day society and politics. Unfortunately. There, and we built that elusive power that we requested, and now it doesn't want any more power. And the next one is it wants to make more fuel because we still haven't done any fuels, but it can't because it's in taboo. So the next one it can do is the raw resources. So on the next iteration, it'll actually do raw resources. Here's a problem with the something happened that one of these segments got cut off. It built it, but it didn't get the power. So the stuff in here doesn't count as part of the network. Yeah, we'll need to do something. And then once it goes up, it actually went bleep, even though this is not powered yet. That is technically not correct, but I think it recovers. It just now have way more robots than needed. So let's. I'd like you to help me keep track of my mistakes. There is a mistake that maybe I'll make a notepad for it because I can't rely on this. So what was the problem? What was it? I completely forgot. Oh yeah, 300 robots, and then some kind of block against overfilling. And the other one was labs. Yes, science labs do not request satellite. There. Good. So at this point, now we've built a fake raw resource build. This one. This is just inventing fresh resources, which will go into the locations that need it. The only thing we need, we have requesting raw resource is actually here. So there's one inbound. And here there's another one inbound. So we get the oil going. It goes in quick. And it goes in quick. It's still open for business. And we'll get more of these later on. And that's something we haven't figured out how to do that. It's internal logic state. I have seen other autobuilds, but they were quite black boxy. Yes. But this is also like if you build it for yourself, with yourself, you don't need to make it as illustrative. But this is also why I chose this kind of metric so that you can see the token. I mean, it was Jeff's idea, but I embraced it. So that's why I'm doing this, because it makes such a visual flow of where in the logic it is. Oh, right now it's in a state where it's waiting to be released for the next cycle. Okay, well, while it was just circuits, then it would be like, okay, one of these circuits hasn't reached the value and here's a light. Now it's literally a single token that moves on the belt and then it gets into the next one. Do you need the brain for each brain? I don't know what you mean, but I need a little function here. This is basically a for loop. Or it's an array. But it's like if value something, but it tries to go through it's actually a for loop. So it tries to go through the loop, and then whenever it finds some value that's true, then it goes in and executes that command and restarts. So now what is the next one that gets built? So now we built the iron box, but we already have the raw resources. So immediately the raw resources comes in, starts making iron, starts getting in here. This iron is what is needed to get the red and green circuits going, which is over here. It's a while loop for each case statement. Probably, yes. Managing statefulness with circuits is hard to visualize, but belts and chests are easy and to see and mark around it. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. You get something for free. You get a lot of things for free. You get like, it's a physical token moving on a belt. It can only be in one state at a time. There's no way that it can trigger multiple states because it is literally in one box or it's in another box. It can't be in two boxes. And you get all that logic for free, and that's super amazing. And then you get the idea of just, it's a factory game with belts. Now we actually use the belts to visualize. There we go. A new build got executed. Which one will it be? Which one will it be? Which one will it be? See, it wants to do iron and copper, but those are still in taboo. So it'll now actually go all the way up to make a blue science. Hollandwood, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. A big if else in a while true loop. Yeah, okay. I'm sure that there's a proper, but again, I'm not a programmer. I'm more of a product person and project manager, product manager, but never really did programming, not in any serious kind. But I've been bossing around programmers for a while, so that's a skill too, right? Let's actually look at our fueling here, because that's the one I'm kind of worried about. Let's see, is this one? This one is not fueled yet. I'm wondering if this one can go in fast enough. This is now at 90. I want to check this one going out. 94, 97, 98. Where are you going? And it goes in here. It goes back. And then this is also empty. Okay, let's have a look on our train display here. I have 4 stations that need more fuel. So actually the fuel is not really keeping up. And it's only when this one gets built and this box is non-empty that it will remove the icon, this one, that it actually demands it. So we might have it come out of, yeah, it's coming out of the taboo list. Interesting. And what are we building here? That is a steel build. All right, cool. And now there's another one. So it seems like what we want to do is build another. Oh, we built another sulfur. Oh, right. It was still in taboo. So this is another sulfur build. And why do we build the sulfur build? Because the station here, the blue circuit has requested iron or steel that we don't have and sulfur that we don't have, and then it will try to make a red circuit, which we can see now is also here. Red circuit is lighting up. This one is still lighting up, but that's because it hasn't sort of built anything yet. Then we'll build a red circuit. The red circuit will activate. It's not built yet. We haven't designed the red circuit, but that will request then greens, copper, and plastic. But that's not built yet. Probably should raise rocket fuel limit by refueling train schedule to fully fuel station in one go. Not 100, but slightly bigger to not request second train to keep the box filled. Yeah. Question is how much more? Okay. Train fuel train more than 100 fuel. Good. Problem is for not refueling train unload, fuel goes by belt to trains, but 100 is not enough to keep any fuel in the box. So second fuel is requested. Yes. Again, it's a startup condition. I don't know if that's the right term, but it's definitely something that is part of the startup. So now that we've built so many blocks that we've actually exhausted our power, it's a little bit critical. Let's have a look. It gets a little bit critical now. This is our accumulators. Luckily, the accumulators will endure, and we will get started on solar panels as well as build more. But it'll take quite a while, or quite a lot of solar blocks now in a row before we are actually stable. This is not very, very close to disaster. Very close to disaster. Press to start. And it's almost empty. But come on, you can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Come on. And it's out. Oh no, we're actually running low on power. That's not good. We should try to not run low on power, obviously, and we're still just increasing. But that's going to be a little bit of a challenge for the next night cycle because we're not going to get enough accumulator charge for the next night cycle. Although the night cycle is, it's going to take a while. We get a nice fat peak here. Come on, fill up. You also wanted to add power switches. Yes. Hello, Spellmore. Does it work now? Yeah. The stuff that's built works. And power switch for low power situations. Yes. Then the question is, I need the A command. I need the value of this one on the main line as well. Because otherwise I can't tell other power switches to switch off because I don't know what the value is here. You need a lot of solar blocks. Yeah, we do need like more than half of the blocks are going to be solar blocks. But that's good from the perspective of that allows all the trains to fill up, all the buffers to fill up while it's working on something else, because otherwise it'll run too fast. That's kind of what I'm thinking. So I think that this is a good idea. It has a disadvantage in terms of sort of clearing out. Oh, right. It actually disabled. For each block, and we'll monitor the energy. Yeah, I don't want that. I want it as a single signal instead of that's kind of like, do you want a global variable that you call in each function, or do you want the same local variable defined in each of your functions? Solar could have more than 5 blocks at a time, like lower the taboo. No, I don't want that. I actually wanted to potentially extend the taboo list to 8 maybe. But it's going to get the last block in here, and then it should be fine because we're almost full on power. Oops, here. Almost full on power here. Look at that. Nom, 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 nom. And it's almost full, which should be just in time for night. And that's built 4 blocks. Good. So actually build like 4 blocks. No, 5 blocks. 1, 4, and then it goes on. So let's see. What is the next thing it's going to be? Raw resources. Yep, it can build raw resources. That's actually good. It doesn't require any power anymore. And the way it monitors the power is whether this one has enough. And let's see if that's actually true. It's probably not entirely true. That goes out quick. Nice. Oh, there's also 2 of them now. Good. Left turn. Right turn, right turn, right turn. And go in here. Where was it? It was there. Unloads. Now this is good. Let's have a look at the trains. Request the trains here. I only have 1. I have 6 stations in total, but only 1. Now it's one train is assigned to 1 open station, and soon it'll be 0, 0. Once that's done. Perfect. So with 2 of these stations, we've actually stabilized it. That's nice. How do you determine how many raw resources you build? Right now, it's a little bit arbitrary. It comes from requests of iron. If I can't keep the iron in steel and the iron block, then I request more raw resources, because that's the raw resource I use the most of. So that'll be the one. Oh, there's a little cat fighting with my leg. Hello, I forgot you were here. Going back to the provider before the provider station is full to prevent blocking. Yeah. To have train blueprints in the provider station instead of having the train on the requester station. Yes, because if I build 1 provider, then I know that there can be 1 train or potentially 2 trains, but I know that there's room for them. If I build them on the requester stations, then if I have 3 requesters, and one provider, then 3 trains will go to the provider and jam the setup. While if I only build them on the provider stations, it can never jam because it will be parked at the provider station until there's a requester that requests it. And this is, let's have a look at this. Are these ready to go? Nope. Are you ready to go? Nope. These are good, right? For example, the copper here is now in an idle state. Now it just fills up local buffer and it'll just go waiting for any station to request some copper. But the iron ones are not done, so let's figure out where we request iron. We request iron here. So there's an iron train unloading at the steel location, but that looks very idle. There is an iron train unloading at... Oh, this one. Oh, this one just got built. That's a new iron station because it wasn't producing enough iron. And then I built another... What? Is that a copper station? I hope it is. Yes, it's a copper station. Why did it build another copper station? It has plenty of copper here. Where does it request more copper? That's odd. I don't like that. Where do we have a request for copper now? Because the only place that requests copper is this one. And you're good. Input signal, no output signal. Input signal, no output signal. But there's something that requests copper. Huh. Any idea? I don't have anything that requests copper. Why is there a copper icon available or active? I really don't think there's anything else. Red circuit build. Yeah, but I don't have a red circuit build. We haven't gotten to the red circuit build yet. Because this one blocks it. There is no red circuit build. Like, this is not copper, this is not copper, this is not copper. Yeah, yes, emitting a certain signal, yes, I have no idea where that could be. That's really difficult. And I don't really know how to find it. Because the signal it's still there. And I was expecting it would be coming from here, and then that would be coming from that one, but it's not. This is an input signal, but no output signal. Input signal, but no output signal. It could be like a bad copy paste of somewhere. Look in the logs, yeah. See, the station is open for copper delivery. Oh, done. Sorry. Still there. I think it's a bad copy paste. Ah, man, that's troubling. I wish we could stop it. Maybe we should actually stop it. There. Now it's stopped. It won't start a new cycle. Good. So that should mean that it's still coming in. There are stopwatch icons in time controls. I kind of feel like I should just break things until I find it. What? This one? Can I still play? Oh, I can still play. Oh, that's so cool. I did not even know that. Huh. Nice. So now I can play the game, or the game has stopped, which means I can delete. And so what I think I want to do is I want to cut here. No, I need to cut. And then I see if it's here. It's on both. It's on both up and down. That makes no sense now. I just cut it in half. Oh, it doesn't render. Okay. There. Okay, so 1 tick. Advanced 1 tick. Okay, so now I know that it's down here. The issue is. Then I'm going to cut it off at the same place again. Like at this point. Advance 1 tick. Now I know it's in this block. Let's go look for it. If we find a place where it says copper or something, then there's. We go whoop, and then we go whoop, and then we advance it. Wow. I'm gonna fix it now, but that's obviously okay. And then I see, which one is this? This is the sulfur station. Sulfur station. Fix copper request. Oh man, that time control is amazing. And then we can just let it continue without sort of incurring anything. The train through is like we are not limited to train fuel production, but just refueling trains count. That's probably why second refueling block been built just to have 2 refueling trains. Yes, 2 refueling trains, but it's been simply because the first one could not fuel the stations fast enough for more stations to be built. Let's see. Let's go like that. Right, so let's see. We have blocked it here, so let's enable it again. Don't forget the missing build. Yes, which one is building now? That was another solar. Yeah, that is good. Let's get down here to my main station here. This looks good now, power-wise. It's still significant. And it's unable to fuel or fill up the last one, but that's, yeah, I guess that's because when it just adds the new one, then they have to be charged up from 0 to full. So even if I have a lot available, they can't fill them up particularly fast. And then the next one is, okay, that's not still being built. So the next one will be a raw resource build. I don't know if that's true, but certainly this one is indicating that, okay, this one's not indicating that it wants more. This could be indicating. Yes, this one is indicating that it needs more raw resources because it has 3 requests, requesting for 3 trains inbound. Yeah, well, that's correct. If I can't keep those trains in here, then there's definitely a problem. And just keep sending trains in here. Or the steel as well. Steel, how are we doing? 5.5. Steel's super slow as well. There isn't a battery production in sulfur, right? Nope. There's not. The problem, we did find the problem. The problem was just an erroneous build here, copy-paste build. This iron station was requesting more copper, so just a mistake. And now this copper build is working, which I'm never going to use. Well, not until we build red circuits. If we look at the build now, it's requesting more iron. Really? More raw resource, more iron. Definitely not more copper. More steel. Is that correct? But it's not going to make that. And it's not going to make the steel because we already built that. So then it'll go up to more sulfur. Ooh, is that correct? Why are we not getting sulfur in here? Yeah, so this is actually taking too long time to build. Don't know if this train should have another condition. And that's because it has actually consumed too much of the sulfur into sulfuric acid. So sulfuric acid is filled up before sulfur. That's a mistake. Super Fantasy Kingdom, no, I have not heard of it. It also does not sound like a game I'd want to play, to be honest. It sounds very much like a mobile game. No lights in the sulfur build, correct. Yeah. Share it on Discord game suggestions, then I'll take a look at it. But mentioning it here, I'm gonna forget about it. Oh shoot, we also forgot our break. So what is this? This is another steel build, I guess. Okay. I'm gonna take a short break and then I'll be back in 2 minutes. And see you guys in a bit. Ooh, 420. Ah. Good evening. Welcome back. Hello, Everlist. Good morning. Or good evening. Right. We're not drinking beer on a Sunday evening. Especially not after the day I've had. Oh, so it's not coming in fast enough. That's why it's only going up half. Right. So I think lights in the sulfur build. This is a sulfur build. What seems to be the major malfunction here? Yeah. All right, lights in the sulfur build. Sulfur station. Lights. Alright, so basically, I think that it's kind of one of the things that I want to do 1 or 2 times every stream is just to unleash it and then get a little bit further and then polish some of the things that we found. So, for example, the 30 robot block thing, science labs not requesting satellites, fuel train needs a little bit more, power switch for low power situations, sulfur stations fix the copper request, and the lights. Once we've done that, then we should also take a look at... That's weird. Okay, well that's for this infinite one. Odd. I guess because I only have one. What? Or is it construction bots that are coming in? I guess it is. Let's see. Then it's gonna be red circuits because that red circuits will trigger red circuits will trigger something. What? The loop pump is the wrong way? Sounds unpleasant. Where? That's weird. Wow, that's a good spot. That's a really good spot. There we go. Okay. That's again the sulfur station. Loop. Pump. For the power switches, they probably should not be relied on the same signal as the building of solar blocks. Probably it should be just as simple as local accumulator connected with a switch. Okay, Grundig, why? Why not? I was thinking of connecting it to the global signal of here and then not set it to 50. So yes, I agree. It should not be this value here. Where are we? It should not be this value, whether it's targeting this, no, because that's going to be delayed a lot. But it should be hooked up to this accumulator. This accumulator should basically be going boop, so that I also have that A signal available. Why do you printer up if there's power in this? Exactly. Yeah, the local accumulator will always start at 0, which means it'll start and then turn the whole thing off. While this one will go with the flow of the global network. If I build it locally, then it will always, the first thing it does is switch off everything, including the stations. So, yeah. So I think I'll monitor the global one and not set it at 50, but set it at 30. So basically, this is like kind of a failsafe that if it drops too low, then it'll start switching things off because it's problematic. And what will it switch off? I think it'll switch off. What do we think is the most valuable thing to switch off? It doesn't have to switch off. No, it doesn't have to switch off train station. I'm thinking it should only be the science builds. So like here, here, and here. It won't be everything, but those will also sort of trigger other things. But yeah, I'm also thinking about smelters. Smelters are the ones that consume the most, but they're also the ones that I want to keep those flowing because they will keep up buffer. But they're also the ones that use the most power, and they're the simplest builds because then I only have to switch off 3 different builds here. Yeah, you know, I probably think it's better to take those off. Switch out the construction of power, new ones. No, I don't want that because I want, yeah, no. It's not really good for power consumption. Yeah, it doesn't do much because this one is idle still, so it doesn't do much. And this one's idle still, and this one is barely doing anything. So I guess you're right. I guess it has to be the iron and copper. Thank you. Torch Check. Torch detect. Did it just build a blank one? Yes, it did. The blank one is, we can see which one it is. We can look at it in the log. Here, red circuits. Because red circuits are not designed yet. So it'll just build a blank one. And then it'll build another blank one. Now that's a little bit of a mystery. Ah, that one. But this would not have happened. It would actually have been identified. If this has been built, it would have requested green circuits, copper, and plastic. And then it would have built the plastic, built the green circuits. But it's because it doesn't have anything, and then it progresses upwards. Which I like. I like this. The question is steel still requested? Yeah, steel is still requested. Steel is going to be a massive problem. Because, let's see, maybe I'm overvaluing, or here. You are still requesting a steel out. Let's do that here. If it's less than 2,000, if it's less than 10,000. If it's less than 10,000, request another train. If it's less than 2,000, request another build unit. And I guess we can't really keep it up to... It is now increasing slightly. I'm not liking the unload speed here. I think the unload speed is detrimental. It takes too long to unload the train here. You need a lot of steel for purple science. You're right. You're right. But having this take so long to unload is probably not great. Like having twice as many boxes, but have them only be half full would be better, because then it could unload the train faster. Locomotive Morten Jespersen. And this one is now increased, so now it's no longer requesting another block to be built. And there, no longer requested. And it's now still, oh man, it's perfect. This is perfect. It just disappeared out of the taboo list, just as it also disappeared from here. Now it's still going to request more iron builds, that's sure. And then more reds, because reds, well, they're still going to be in taboo, and obviously they're going to be requesting reds because we still don't have any. And then it'll go up and build the yellow science, and then it'll start over. Cool. So that's basically the size of this for now. We don't have any green circuits, and we don't have any plastic. Cool. I think it's time for us to reset. Yeah, very successful test. Yes, we found a number of good, important things to fix. So we're going to go down here. Switch over to infinite mode. And then let's start looking at the science labs. Science slabs. Yeah. Here. It's powered. Science does slab. Yeah. There will be mainly two reasons to build a new block of something. Lack of production, lack of trains. Lack of trains is a bit, can be split down a bit more, because it could both be the loading, the availability of trains, or the unloading speed. Or eventually it could also be the transportation time. Especially since they fixed the making undo redo instant. Yes. Yeah, it was really good for debugging. Right. So this one is... What is it requesting? It's requesting a space science. Well, I don't think it should. Isn't that what we decided it wouldn't be? This one would then be a satellite instead. There. That's it. That's the first one fixed. If it goes back in here. And... Doot. Yay! Fuel trains more than 50 fuel, 90 fuel or something. So let's get the train fuel thing. That is, yeah. And that's basically this one. And now the question becomes, how much? I think we'll need to test that. So let's get a steel build or copper build or iron build or whatever. Some builds here. There. And now I want to get a train. You. Uh-huh. And... $50, $60. Let's try $120. Yes, I know, it's silly. To unify all loaders and unloaders to a default setup of maximum throughput, 6 boxes per wagon, regardless, actually, just so you're sure unloading speed never an issue. No, because there's also the, I don't think so. It doesn't matter, you can't get out anyway. Right, it also depends on this part, because these will fill up, and then it fills up with 30, and then it's still not good enough, right? So let me put 10 more in here. Put another 10 in here. Let's put another 10 in here. So now we're up to 150. So 160 seems to be the correct number. I'll take those two out. Also add a second train there. I don't think that's needed, to be honest. I don't think it's the number of trains. I think it's the loading time. Here, I don't think I need 2 trains. Unload from the chest until the earliest belt an inserter grabs from has 4 fuel on it. Unload from chest until the earliest belt. That's a weird, but I don't know why that... I think this is fine. Hello, G-Wolf. Wouldn't it be better to give it a bigger cargo size? The problem with the bigger cargo size is it's going to take longer to fill up. And that means if I put it to 200, it's going to take longer time to fill up. And as it fills up, then if 2 stations can get working with 100 each, then that's better. But of course, if it goes out, delivers 100, comes back, tries to deliver another 100, but can only deliver 50, and it comes back, then I kind of wasted it. So it's kind of that balance of being one load should be as small as possible to make sure that it doesn't immediately request another train. Onto the earliest belt. Unload from the chest onto the earliest belt. And then inserter grabs from has 4. Oh, right. Okay. That means it's an internal logic in each. Okay, okay, now that I got it, I'm going to try to explain it for everyone else. What Jeff means, and then see if I'm actually understanding it. So right now, when the train comes in, it unloads here. Then your suggestion, as I understand it, is that this one should actually be monitoring that location. And as long as this one is empty, I would say, then this one is active. As soon as there's something in this one, don't unload. Used to watch your videos 2-3 years ago when I played Factorio. I'm having nostalgia. Alright, cool. Well, welcome back. Still playing. I don't think it has to be like monitor for 4. It just should be like empty. But the question now is, how do I... Because here to here is obviously not going to work. So I'm going to have to get some kind of intermediate stops. Yeah, so I'm going to need to get subs. Should be red one. That's ugly as sin. This one should just be like nothing. Nothing. So just... But this one should be... Read. Hold. Enable condition when... is equal to 0. Right, so it's enabled now. Carefully. Okay, now it stalls. Good. Yeah. So, the question is... Oh. Yeah, but that... It kind of limits my... Because the reason why I've done this is because I have the belt as my storage. So, I'm not really relying on this. When this one drops down, I know that there's still something on the belt. Yeah, I agree this is technically better. But it also just makes it a little bit more complicated, and I don't think the gain is particularly big. I can see that the gain is pretty big when looking at this one. Right? No, it's not actually. It's only here. So that's still not really anything. That early on blocks will have uneven fuel in them. Yeah, I am... Startup conditions, I'm okay with those. I'm not freaking out too much. It does seem to work, and it built 2 of them, and I'm kind of happy by having 2 of them. I didn't feel that even in the current one, it didn't. It felt to me like it was working just fine. It's not that better. For first unloading outside, I will unload the whole batch. Yes, and it's only 10 I can store in there anyway. So I'm not really feeling that this is a particularly interesting gain to sort of optimize for. So I'm gonna refrain from that. 160 is a bad number though. Redoing smelting? No, we're gonna do some power here. I agree. This is a typical to do better fueling. What? No. How much fuel per second? 2.1. Oh, let's do the in-game. That's 160 divided by 2.1. So it's 76 seconds. Ew. Yeah, 2 per second. Yeah. So it's 80 seconds. I'm really just not feeling that this is getting better. Like, the advantage, of course, is that once it goes out to the second unload at a station, it's not going to unload the whole patch. So I don't even think this is better. even though it goes out twice to the same one, but then the second patch or second visit, it's not going to unload 100, it's going to unload 70. So if I go once out there to deliver 100 and then another one's out there to deliver 70, that's not much different from sitting at home, loading up to 160, going out once and then not coming back. It wins me the transportation time, but that is kind of irrelevant because it's constrained by the production time. So if it goes out and comes back, then by the time it comes back, it's built 40 out of the 100 it needs to the next batch. So it'll load those and then it'll still be waiting for the build anyway. Travel time matters in big bases, yes, but this is not a big base. Why not 2 trains running 60? Yes, have 2 trains running 100. I like that better. But I just don't think it matters, right? If we think about it, like it's gonna now, let's say this is 100, that means it takes 50 seconds to go to fill it up. Why would I need 2 trains? Because 50 seconds is plenty of time for it to do a round trip and come back and load again. So having 2 trains means it's just always one waiting. I'm not gonna win anything by having 2 trains. So that the trains spawn with 3 stacks of fuel. Yes, but that would also be something that I just had to fix later on. Because eventually I will need to have the absolute minimum amount of fuel available so that this will be the main source of fuel for the base. For a while it would be better to have just a full trains, wouldn't it? It'll never be unloading full trains, so there's really no reason to have a full train going out. Yeah, it is production constrained, so this is the most important principle when doing supply chain optimizations. Ready? The one rule you have to remember when doing anything, and so many people get it wrong. Any optimization not on a bottleneck has no impact on the whole system. That's it. If you optimize something that's not a bottleneck, you're not going to win anything. And it's such a classical thing, and you will see it everywhere. Even in one of the largest freight forwarding companies, people don't fucking get it. And they keep optimizing things that are not part of the critical path, and there's no reason to. Of course, you can really dig deep and think like, okay, it's for redundancies, for contingencies, but you're not going to get more throughput if you don't optimize things that are on the critical path.
Returns. Welcome home.
But the factory must grow. It's not growing. It's just growing as in being more productive. Thank you, Frenetic. He's saying here is the min-max we're doing is only for startup. Once it gets fueled, it doesn't matter. Yes. I was learning this in college. Yep. I mean, it's the most basic principle of any supply chain management. Empty request stations, single train will fill them too slow. But Grundig, two trains is not going to fill it faster, because whether it's 1 train, 2 trains, or 100 trains, the constraint is the production speed. The production speed means that we have 2 per second, and how many trains we have delivering 2 per second isn't going to make a difference unless we sort of fill them all with a little bit at a time. Theory of constraints. Nice. Sounds interesting. Yeah. I think it's what people end up optimizing is the big things. The big things that look that are sort of staring you right in the face, whether that's manpower or static resources. And something that was in the company I work with, the senior managers could look out the window and look at the terminal and see the empty trailers, and they would go like, oh, they cost money. Yes, but not very much. An empty trailer per month is not expensive. So having too many trailers, it's not really worth optimizing for, because they don't really cost much, but they're visible because they're big and they're right outside, and they have the company logo on it, and they're right outside the window of the of the senior directors, and they can see them, and they can go like, I can see 20 out there. That should be 20 that should be out on the roads making money. These are not making money. Why are they not making money? Get them out there. Get them moving. If they're moving and they have goods in them, we must be making money. Like, that's not a given. Remove the windows. I have a better solution. Remove the senior management. That's cheaper. 2 trains allowed burst. Yeah. Single train fuel consumes... What? Single block could sustain 80 trains. But first time filling is constrained to block to get live. We're only talking startup condition. And yes, in a steady state, the production speed is not the constraint. But in the startup condition, the production is the constraint. And there it's about getting all of the stations filled up with a little bit. And I just don't think that no matter how many trains I build, it's not going to be any faster. Because if I build a second train behind here, I think it's... If I build a second train, bleh, yeah, that's great. Then as this one goes out with the first 100 or 160 or whatever, and it comes back, then it will come back and wait in queue before the next one goes out. So if it does that, there is no reason to have the second train. And once it gets to a steady state, yeah, one is going to be enough. So it's not really, it's not getting us anything to start up with, having multiple trains, unless we would have multiple trains with less load and we could control that they would be sent 40 here, 40 there, 40 there, 40 there. But I can't do that easily. So, which would be like more on the lean production system, smaller buffer sizes, single piece flow, one fuel to that one, one fuel to that one, one fuel to that one. Then all the trains could start moving. Into freight forwarding mod. It's not a freight forwarding mod, by the way. I looked at it. I saw Catherine of Sky play it, and I was like, oh, freight forwarding. And I looked, just click through it and go like, that's not freight forwarding. That's just, brr. You have a lot of requester stations. I know I have a lot of requester stations, but I really don't get why you don't get it, or what I'm not. I have 5 stations requesting fuel. If I bring 100 to each of them, if I bring 100 to one of them, it'll still request more. So it builds 100, it comes back, loads another 100, goes out to the same one again. This time it can only unload 60, comes back with 30, unloads another 30, another 70, so it has 100, it goes out to the second station. That's the startup condition, that's the way it is. The way we could prevent it was saying the train should have 160, that means it goes out to the first one, unloads 160, and then it doesn't request anymore, it comes back, unloads 160, which takes 80 seconds, and goes to the next station. Maybe, probably. And then goes back, loads 160, and goes to the third station. And then it'll still take a long time to fill up. Having 2 trains, 10 trains, a million fucking trains back in the race is not going to make a difference, because it can only depart one train when it's full. So if I have 2 trains, then one goes out, delivers 100, comes back, and then the second train is now only filled with 50, and then it's still only filled with 50, 51, 52, 53, and then I have another empty train standing behind it, and that's not going to make us transport more. Jamjo, thank you for the 9 months. So I can't see how I could get any more out here without having better production. It ends up being 2 blocks for fueling. I like that. It gets us twice as much fuel. It's of course going to be overbuilt, but eventually when we need to make more rocket fuel, then we already have a pretty nice buffer of rocket fuel, which will get us the first rocket out of the door faster. Sometimes delivering 10 fuel is great, but it's bad in a mature base. Exactly. Yeah, and this is how we're gonna do it. So that was enough talking back and forth about this. I don't really like having this be bigger. It might even be no, it'll be 100. 100 is a nice number. Good. Science labs fuel. That means we don't change this ultimately. Power switch for low power solutions. Good. So that's going to be for iron and copper. Yeah, those those are annoying. The fact that they decide to go out there. Uh, manual, manual. There. Good. Now, we are going to cut some. We'll get it from here. Oh, that's not good. Let's see. It still connects that way. Yes, I think it's going to be between these two. Power switch. Most useful item in the game. Useless. Whatever. One or the other. And then I am going to have a state condition. Yeah. Why turn off roboport? Oh, right. Yeah, I'm actually turning off roboports. That's correct. That's not good. Has a very bad idea. Yeah. On. Off. Yep. And then we're going to get the green wire in here. And this one will go if A is less than 30, then power switch. Enable condition is when power switch is equal to 0. There, right? Why is it not this? What? Alright, that's actually true. Yeah, okay. That is true. Why separate? Oh, right. It can, yeah, that's actually true. We don't need it. You're right. Here, this one can just be like A less than 30. Good. Then it switches. No. It's only enabled when it's greater than or equal to 30. There we go. Feels wrong to have something that starts out like this, but guess that's how we work. Good. Then copper. Gonna be the same. And that goes here. And then you need to switch to manual and switch to manual, and then there. And then we just clean up all of this part. That's good. Iron and copper should not be same percentage because it'll flicker too much. Yeah, I think that's it's a good point that they should be a slightly different value. I agree. It's a good point. And then we take steel at which one is okay, which one do we shut off first? First we shut off copper, then we shut off steel, and finally iron. I think that's how we want to do it. So no, steel was the one we always want to keep, isn't it? Which one do we want to keep the longest? Hello, Vex. Good evening. There could be SR latches. Yeah, you're right. Mm-hmm. SR latches, but then what would be the reset conditions? And then we need the steel as well. Yeah. And let's see. We'll do the same. And there. Okay. Let's just build here. Yep. And that one, and yep. Bottom left, another connection, didn't it? Never mind. No. Yep. No. And that will be A greater than 25. Good. So that shuts off at 25. That shuts off. Iron shuts off at 30. And greater than equal to. And this is 35. And then stone blocks, if we ever get it, will be 40. Good. And we now need to replenish these. That's the steel. All good. The copper. All good. And the iron, I think I got it, but I'll get it again. There. Sweet. Hello, Tallman. If you care about flickering, you need latches. This will not stop the flickering. Kinda. So if I had everything switching on at the same time, then it would be basically switching on 60% of the base on and off. And then it would be very likely that it would flicker. But if I'm this switching on like 20%, then I'm thinking, yeah, it's probably not gonna flicker. It'll probably just like, okay, it's charging. Oh, it's just charging a little bit slower. That's what I'm thinking. So this will limit the effect of flickering. I think this is just a hypothesis, and because it'll be staggering. It's not the whole base or the 60-70% of my base that switches on and off just at times, but it'll be like, let's say 20%, right? If you do it right, yeah, hysteresis. It'll reduce the amplitude but not get rid of it. It will not guarantee to get rid of it. I'll definitely agree with that. But I think that under realistic terms, I think that it'll probably like flicker maybe a little bit and then go on, and then I guess we'll just see. I think this is okay, but I guess we'll see. Wait and see. Boop. Now, all the crap here with sulfur was that one. That was really causing all sorts of issues, right? There we go. Fix, and then lights. Mm-hmm. Do we not have any lights in this build? No. It is gloomy. I'm fixing the wrong thing at the wrong time, because this has to actually be changed as well. That one has to be changed. Alright, so another thing we have to change is I need to make sure that it does not consume the sulfur first. Like, the sulfur should be going in here before, because when I build this startup condition again only, when I build it, it will be more important to get the sulfur going, because sulfur is going to need it for blue science, and we want to get that going, while sulfuric acid is needed later on. So I want this to be prioritizing filling this one, and only after that filling here. So that will be basically I'd like to build it over here, but then... Oops, that was weird. Yeah. Yep. Yes, this is better. You're repeating the last... Yes, but last time I had a different priority. Last time I did not know if this was what I wanted, but now I know that this is what I want. Damn. I'd really like it to be closer, but I think that can't really be done, can it? It can be done, right? It should. Sure. All of this. Can easily be built there. Yes, nothing wrong with that. And the water is also good. And this one is still good. Yep. Then all this. Yeah. Nice. Then I don't know, maybe I can actually build one more of these. Because it doesn't matter at this point. It's not going to overconsume this, so if it builds it, it builds it, and then that should be fine. There you go. You said this one is designed at blue science level. Could this be a problem, e.g. purple block is built before it's researched? And since the condition cannot be satisfied, it will then build another one. Yes, you're right. Blue pump is not the wrong way. It's fixed. Pumping out. Sulfuric acid as output pipe is probably important. Yeah, I guess that's kind of important. You know, that's probably a good idea. Push it out, get it in there. Good. Why sulfur slitter? Slitter? Don't know. That's not a sentence. I don't know what you mean. There may be... Yeah, there maybe needs a splitter. Sulfur splitter so much. Yeah, it's also true that I could build it here. Then I just have to change this part. Could also do it here even. Ah. That's actually nicer. Because then it doesn't have to be underground here. It's good enough. Yeah, well, Fennec, you are raising a good point. It's one of those things that are sort of... I need to figure out how to identify if something has been researched or not. We talked about it some time ago, and we can monitor when a full load of something has been requested, because we still haven't figured out how to do like research. Because ideally I'd like it to start at blue science and then just trickle along, and then once it has researched all the blue science, then like once it researches something, since the sequence of research will always be deterministic, I can do a tracking of, say, when I have consumed 3,250 blue science, then I know that I have researched production science, for example, because it's always going to be the same sequence. And in that case, I can go like, okay, don't build purple science until this has been built. There can be a token for something that's not, so it can't be built. That's also a difficult thing, but that's a problematic thing, and those tokens may need to be replaced, because having a satellite token is kind of silly. But it's just using random things like, I don't know, a burner inserter and a electric power pole, because those are available in the beginning, just to represent something later on, is going to be super confusing. So it might be one of those where readability is more important than realistic behavior, I think. Well, we got the lights, we got the pumps, we got the fixed copper request, and we've also fixed the sulfuric acid priority. We've done the power switch, so let's make sure that this one gets saved. And I think it's time for us to design a, design a red circuit build. Ta-da! Yeah. And let's build a red circuit build. So, red circuits, you be here. Right there. Smash. Awesome. Ooh, hold on. Is it possible to... Oh, break time. Yep, you're right. Is it possible to state a command to the command prompt with a mod? Yeah, it is, because we know we've done it with the bombs and biters mods. But I think it would be cool if the output command could... Mods can run command. Cool. If someone wants to help figure out one that can run command, because I think it would be insanely amazing that this could output to the command prompt, then not run a command, but just write building, and then red circuits or green circuits or copper smelting or whatever. Like, I'll put it into command so that when I'm looking, and then you guys in chat can just see, like, you know, when you hear the little bleep, then that bleep could also be in writing a line of text in the log that says, this is now what's being building solar panels, that kind of thing. If that's possible, it would be super cool. If someone knows it, wants to help find it, that would be amazing as well. And now it's time for Reds after the break. That would be cool to have notifications, yeah. The normal notifications from the speaker, they can only just output it to this little icon behind me, but if we could put it in the prompt here, that would be lovely. So, because it would just be easier. Maybe a custom combinator that can lock the circuits to lock whenever they change. Yeah, it must be possible. Exactly, that must be possible. So this is just someone, please help with doing some research, and then we can incorporate it as a sort of extra notification level so that when it actually executes the command, then it will... We'll find out when the trigger is. It'll probably be right on this one. This one will be a trigger, and then it will have some kind of list where it says what it's issuing. Break first, read chat later. Yeah. Cool. We'll have a look at this one. And I'm just going to save while we're at it. What is it? It's 11 o'clock. Still have 2 more hours thanks to the glorious hype train. Be back in 2. There we go. Welcome back. Thank you for joining. Thank you for showing up this Sunday evening. Thank you, Jeff. This is exactly the stuff I was hoping that here, because there's probably some command. I guess that there's some like, oh, there's one that you can post, like Frozen Shadow says. There's a mod that you can add a component you can write Lua into and go like, that probably solves it, but it sounds awful. While what sounds really unawful is a Jeff mod, because I know that you know what I want, and at least and more often than not, you also know it better than I do. Let me see. Isn't it like? Can you do like, for example, like having these things would be insanely awesome. So it just built like building city block sulfur. Like if we just go building new city block sulfur, boop, like something like that would be insanely awesome to have posted. And that's, I don't know. It's a little more general purpose, but yeah, I know. But anyway, I'll sit back, relax, and maybe we'll get something. It was just an idea, the thought that would give a little bit more clarity when I'm just tinkering with something, and we hear like that little beep, and then we can see. Everyone can sort of see, oh, okay, what is it? It'll also serve as a bit of a log for the sequence of what is being posted or what is being stamped down. Now, well. The good news about red circuit is that it's so damn slow that we probably want to fill up a block with red circuits. It's this one. Let's have a look. And then I'll just get there. Redify. I mean, this is good, but it's also bad because we're not going to have those modules in the middle. I don't need 1,000 Twitch chat suggestions. I'm good. No. Everyone, please suggest all your good ideas to Jeff. I'm sure he loves it. How about, and maybe you should, and why don't you just, but please, if you have suggestions, they have to include, why don't you just, there we go. Also, please, if you have suggestions, it's always helpful for a programmer if you say, it's pretty simple, it should be one line of code. That will always just serve as an encouragement to the developer to do his very best. So I encourage you to go like, why don't you just blah, blah, blah. It's literally one line of code. There you go. This one trick, programmers love it. Yeah, I'm sure ChatGPT could do it, so I'm sure you can as well. The thing is, with just one line of code, is like, yeah, you can write anything on one line of code. There's no reason why a semicolon should be followed by a line break. It's just for readability, but after you write the code, you can pass it, remove all the line breaks, and then just go like, there we go, one line of code. It should be pretty simple. Should be going up, not down. Yeah, you're right. In this case, yes. It's funny, so as a non-developer product manager, I have also fallen into this trap. But sometimes, and I'm just saying it, it is based on good intentions. When a developer goes like, well, the data model is going to have to be extended, so that means the database has to be restructured, and that means interfaces all have to be changed, and then, or we could do a style sheet and on the specific export interface and do that. So go like, well, we'll do that. That's simple, right? Let's not restructure the entire database and all the shit that flows out from there. Like, let's change the database schema. No, 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 no. And then you sort of go, okay, this sounds easy compared to the other one at least. So let's go with the easy solution. Whether the easy solution just means that it's a 2-week thing instead of a 2-year thing, then, well, you know. He write in the terminal as one liner, yeah. And paid Microsoft per line of code, so they made really inefficient code to get paid more. Yes, and that's I mean, I have been in places where I've had the CFO of the company, and that's the CFO runs most companies, wanted to know how many lines of code each developer made to assess their individual productivity. And I exploded. Like, probably the best programmers will have a negative number because they go in and look at some inefficient code and restructure it. And you do not want to have a rumor floating in the organization that more code equal better. Like, wow, that's yep. I worked on a large feature. You have to do so much redundant code. Like, yeah, well, that's gonna come out of your bonus because that's really inefficient. You have to add code. Like, okay, I guess we every function is gonna be including everything, right? Yeah, lines of code is a liability, not an asset. Yes, that's also like when you hear that a Ford Fusion or Ford Mondeo in Europe has more lines of code than Facebook. That's not something I would brag about if I was an old school car company. Like, that sounds really terrifying. Like, that's terrifying to think about. Think about, like, yeah, because I think that a Detroit-based 100-year-old car company, they're gonna just write cutting-edge code. I am sure that their whole organization is designed towards code optimization. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Called car software. Exactly. It's just like, I was thinking of something recently where it's like, that's so weird that it didn't take off, and I was like, oh, that's probably because it was the company was an old school company that was like, okay, they couldn't adapt. I think there's a lot of things where there's a good idea, but if it's an existing company that does it, then it sort of has to compete with their current business model, and that means it'll never get the priority. I'm pinching pennies, so the infotainment screen you're supposed to use in a car is randomly laggy and bad. Yeah. I mean, I took my car to service, and some time ago, it's a Tesla, and they were saying like, oh, it had some problems, and they're like, oh, it's running out of memory. It's an older one, so it doesn't have so much memory. Like, so, do you ever have a lot of addresses stored? Like, no, I kept 10. I got a lot of the bookmarks, and like, no, I've never used the browsers. Okay. Oh, I can see you have not reset the trip counter, and that's a really high number. It's like 10,000. So that's probably it. That's probably what's using up all the space in the computer. So we're just gonna reset it to free up some more space. That's not how numbers work. Okay, you do that. Ah, yeah, and you're like, you talk to some 23-year-old service rep who can fix cars, but doesn't really know how electronics work. And you're like, I can't even explain to you how wrong you are. So I'm like, as long as it works when I get it back, then that's fine. Lower the font size, yeah. Yeah, it yeah, no. It's just a literal counter. It's not like each trip is stored individually. I mean, you never know what's behind the scenes and what kind of logs it takes for itself. And maybe they'll clear those. But what they said was the odometer was like too high on the trip counter. It could also be a GPS track. It probably is, but that's like something that's a different thing. And if they say it like, okay, it hasn't been for service for a long time, and or it hasn't been online for a long time, so it's just full of logs that it's just waiting for a wireless connection, and then it will sort of upload it, and then it'll clean up. Maybe that's the case, but that was not what they said. Never clean up system log. That sounds like yeah, spin the wheels backwards. I mean, yeah, guess that's. Yeah, I guess you can do that. Old cars, you could do that. 3. Well, that's going to be a problem. Yeah. Too much. Yeah. All right, so I think I need another pattern than this. Is it possible to do a pattern that's using less space? I really like this pattern. Um, if I have that on the outside. It's going to take up more space, yeah. So this is the smallest one. Ah, this is the power poles. Power poles could actually be a good point about how to slim this down. Because if it could slim it down, then it could fit all of these between the power poles, and then it would work. Cut the middle lane and use undergrounds? I don't know. If you're saying belt weaving, then you don't know how wrong it is. There's a bug in my car windshield wiper firmware, so I was hanging sometime. Windshield wiper, yeah, windshield wiper firmware. Man, everything is software. I have a new and exotic non-software related Tesla issue. On my instrument panel, I see these little bubbles of water that sort of, bloop, and I was like, first I was like, scratch it, like, what the hell? Like, you couldn't press it and then it displaced, or I couldn't scratch it. So I was like, okay, so it's underneath the glass, and then it sort of goes bloop, up top, and now it's like this big of a space that's just a water bubble under my instrument panel, and I'm like, I know I should fix it before the whole thing gets sort of short circuits. But I'm also just, I'm gonna take it in, and it's gonna cost $1,000 or something. Ugh. All right, I think I need to do. All right, I need to see if I can cut these out. Here. Like, that's brilliant. Now it's just, how do we get the power poles? Here, 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 here. Well, that was difficult. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I had a leaky windshield without knowing it. It cost me 6,000 to fix the whole electric system once it was full of water. Better go fix it now. Yeah. Seriously, it should fit. What? Okay, it fits if I ignore those. Let's ignore those then. Problem is, okay, so my primary problem with Tesla service is that I get in such a bad mood interacting with them. It's that simple. Like they'll just ruin your mood in a heartbeat. It's just it gets it's so tiring. It's so frustrating. It's not exactly middle, but it gets all the inputs and outputs. Lights, yeah. Also a little bit of spaghetti with the flashes here. You know what? We'll take this one and clean it up a little bit. One in, two out. Maybe I don't even need to. I don't know about this. This is gonna be here anyway, so I guess this is just gonna be, yeah. That one. There. About car dashboards, I've seen a video of upgrading some car from basic version to more advanced with onboard computer. The upgrade was just cutting a hole in the dashboard plastic. So onboard computer isn't any model, it's just a plastic cover. Yeah, I mean, that's... From a production perspective, it makes sense. It's so much cheaper to build the same car and then to have the same car with all the features and then just disable the feature depending on whether you bought the big model or the small model, right? Because it's cheaper to make more of the same cars instead of every single car is individually handcrafted to specifications. But if you can just go like, they're all the same, it's just the paint job at the end that changes it, and maybe the leather interior, whatever. Like, there are small things, but if the engine is the same for all of them, and then you just pay for the turbocharge, and which also means that you can buy the turbocharge later, or as BMW is starting on, it's a monthly subscription. If you don't pay your monthly subscription, they take away your turbocharge. Like, oh man, that is something I don't like that trend. That's for sure. I don't think anyone likes that trend unless you're a scummy car company. There. Yeah, looks good. Monthly subscription for seat heating. Yeah. That is, oh man, it's infuriating, that attitude. And the thing is, like, if you if you think about it, like if you lease a car, that's kind of what you do for the whole car. But it's just that like that idea of something like it's my car, and it's leasing is just the financing part, but it's my car. I bought it, and then suddenly they can go like, oh no, you don't have that feature anymore. Now you have it. Now you don't have it. Now you have it. Oh, now we decided that's part of the premium package. You didn't buy the premium, but you can for another 120. It just feels, you just know that you're just ripe to get ripped off because, yeah, you know you don't have. It doesn't feel like your car anymore. I think that's the main part. It's. But wait, you can watch some ads for 5 minutes for free pod heating. Yeah, sorry, you can't look out the front windshield because it's now displaying ads for something, and you go like, ah, ah. Well, it's only 30 seconds of unskippable ads while you're driving on the motorway. But then you get free car seat heating. One could just pay 300 to unlock these permanent. Yeah, I mean, I would also rather pay more, but as an upfront fee and know that it's mine. I don't have to think about like, oh, is it break even? Is it break even like 2 years? If I have the car for 3 years, if I get 4 years, then it would have been better to. But it's like, I want my car to be my car. Just to give them ideas. Yeah. You didn't pay for the security package, so now the airbags will only deploy after you watch an unskippable ad. Like, ah. Right, let's get some stations in here. These are going to be simple one-off stations, so let's get... These are unloading stations. I need a simple one-off loading station. This one, that's a simple loading station. Unloading station. That's a good unloading station. It's actually really perfect for what I want. Oh. Clip. I'll do it like this. And and then I think this will be copper. Yep, and then remember to change this to copper. That was kind of a problem last time. And this one will simply go... Can it go here? Let's have a look at how much this is consuming. There. Nothing. Okay, so everything is less than 1 belt. Sweet. There. There. Good. Flip. This will be plastic. This will be plastic. And this one now will be green circuits. I'll look at chat in a sec to see all the mistakes I made. Green circuit has higher values. This is twice as big. Yeah, it's gonna be the same. Let CEO and board think of the stockholders as their customers and not the people who buy their products. So they think it's okay to screw the customers. Well, I mean, that's what they're paid for. And that's what they're... I mean, you get what you incentivize. Oh man, I can't remember it. I know that I've been building this exact pattern a million times, and I always mess it up, and I always end up finding like, oh, there was a good way to do this. Oh, smart TVs are the worst. Yeah. I am not gonna buy a TV that's connected to the internet. Just very simple. Oh, it's actually really simple, this part. Seems okay. Now we just need some power ports. It's almost possible to build that here. And then we need an output station. Let's see, where can we find a good output station? Oh, this output station is kind of okay. No, it's not. Where could we find a simple... This is a simple output station. Thank you, Steel. And... Yep. Simple output stations. This one is good. And then that will also be... Yeah. And the total production rate is 12. Huh. Well, that's underwhelming. No, it doesn't need splitters, but it just feels better. Yep. And you're going to be called Red Circuits now. My parents had to buy a new TV, and I told them if you ever connect it to Wi-Fi, it'll start showing garbage, and I cannot help you. And they then turn on to Fox News and go like, well, I told you not to switch it on. Middle red belt needs rotating. Yeah. One block is not, but you need 5.88 for the full, what, 5.68, 5.68 of these blocks? How much do you need? Blocks. Okay, so 6 blocks. That's fine. That's also kind of what I expected to get from this. You didn't want to change the condition on the green? I don't know. I think I do. I think everything should be twice as big. Because reasons. Like just by default, everything is stacked twice as much. So let's give the buffer twice as big. It's just not necessary, I guess, but we'll keep it like this. And there's definitely some issue out here. I think that was actually surprisingly easy to get this done. Are they really that bad now? I had them. It's nice to have YouTube, Netflix, etc. directly on TV. Mr. Power Switch, I'm not gonna use a power switch for this. It's only for the smelting part. The thing is, Grundy, you don't know, and you can't ask in the store whether this smart TV will ruin your life and listen to your conversations and feed you ads about what you talk about in the room. Like you can't know that. But what you can is just not hook it up. So in my case, I have a PlayStation 4, and I'm going to use the PlayStation 4 to, on the PlayStation, I have the apps, and then use the PlayStation. So that it has Twitch, it has YouTube, it has Netflix, HBO, or Now, or Max, or whatever it's called these days. They change it in Disney Plus, so it has like what I need. Yeah, so I don't think I need any more than that. How would you know that the person doesn't listen or record anything? It doesn't. I mean, that's not the business model of a PlayStation. And because I've never heard of it, it's as simple as that. The PlayStation 4 has been out for, I don't know, 10 years, and there's never been anything about, oh my God, the PlayStation is listening to your conversation and feeding you ads about what you talk about. There's never been anything like that. And it has been torn apart and ripped apart in a million different ways. So if there was something like that, it would have been found out. But it's also been very clear that Samsung TVs and LGs, they do listen and they do feed intrusive apps. And then if you get an even shadier company of smart TV because it's the cheapest one, they'll go like, this is a TV. It's super cheap. It's got all the maps. They'll go like, yeah, but I don't know. Never heard of this company, but it's cheap and it has the specs. So maybe the business model is something else. Pay for their phone, internet bundles, and you also see ads there. What? Yeah. To get a cheap hotel room. There's a catch. All parts of the room are bought separately. Pay in order to turn off. That sounds like a bit of a gimmick. When cable TV first existed, its big selling point was that you pay and there are no ads. Now it's 32% ad and you don't include product placement. Yeah, that is true. That was also this big selling point for Netflix. Netflix is not bad yet, but they're flirting with the idea. And if you watch Prime, then oftentimes when you start a show in Prime, they will start another advertisement for one of their other shows. And they're like, please stop doing that. Anyway, I like this. We're gonna need it. Actually, we need to test it. We need to test that it works before we conclude that it works. There is a minuscule chance that I have made a mistake. I know it is a completely hypothetical situation, yet we have to respect that situation. Here. Plastic. It's so funny that a plastic surgeon and plastic surgery has nothing to do with plastic. It's a different kind of plastic. And it's just, I don't know, it's just funny to me that, oops, that was incorrect. Is the original word, or original meaning of plastic. Ah, these are the wrong ones. Yeah. Green. There you go. And I'm going to build another one up here. And this one will just be a regular old one. And this one will have exactly one. And yeah, to that one until full, until empty. And that's good. Yep. Isn't plastic a generic term like vehicle? No, plastic means, I guess, moldable. Like neuroplasticity. Like when something is plasticity, it's about that it can be reshaped. How streaming services consider ads for their own content to be advertising? Yeah. I mean, of course, I mean, if you can define it, you're going to define it as favorably as you can for yourself. Right, so let's see. I guess it looks like this is not working. Why not? It's kind of working, right? It's getting there. Yeah, there's a 0, so it will perfectly balance. It just takes a while for it to balance out. Faster unload speed? I think I'm actually good with this unload speed because it's 4 on each block. It's not that bad in my country. Local VOD providers which are pretending, but there are monthly fee plus the additional fee for each and every premium content. That's also Amazon Prime has that as well. I remember seeing something on Prime and it was like, oh, and it goes like, no, you need stars exclusive. Like, I pay for Prime. Why do they have on the streaming platform? Then you go in and go like, okay, then I go in and I pay for stars and I go and I upgrade my subscription. I go back into Netflix and I click it and then it no longer says that it needs stars. It just says not available in your country. Maybe don't sell me the stars super premium subscription if it's not available anyway. So after reds, we are down to yellow and purple components. Yes, of course. There's a build oriented in the wrong way on the unloading. On the loading. I don't... Up. Does not change anything, but still. Oh, I don't see it. Oh, that's okay. Don't worry. I mean, it's better that you say it and we check it and it wasn't a problem than it was a problem. You don't say anything, and then 10 hours later, when we do a full test and it turns out it doesn't work, and you went like, oh yeah, I thought I saw a problem. No worries. Not premium package would include premium titles, but this premium content costs additional. Just imagine someone buying some TV series in a series by series basis. Each series has, no, I know. And in shitification, is that a thing? Bottom 2 belts of the unloading belt for red circuits if you want. Doesn't the train now not have any fuel left? Correct. When I store this, it's gonna need like that in order to actually work. The middle belt row in the build itself. Ah, right. There's 2 tiles here. Yes. Very important. Whew, will save a lot of money. But, you know, it's those kind of things that bother people. The phenomena of online platforms gradually degrading the quality of the service, often by promoting advertisement and sponsored content in order to increase profit. Yeah. I mean, it's a kind of, like, remember when Netflix tweeted sharing is caring about sharing a network Netflix accounts, because at that point they just wanted eyeballs, they just wanted more people, and now they're like, you are ruining the platform. Like, yeah, okay, so now they've grown sufficiently, and now it's about converting. They can't grow anymore, so now it's about increasing the revenue per user, and you can do that by having less people sharing. And that's the part, right? It's kind of all companies first, all modern companies at least. First, you want growth, and once you have the growth, then you have the market. Then you can start figuring out like, how the hell are we gonna make money on this? You can now watch on 5 devices, but now we're mad you're using it on 5 devices. Exactly. Um, and I think this is like MBA talking. When companies like Netflix, they they want to grow because they become market dominant. When they're market dominant, they can degrade the service because there is no real choice. And you can't say that Disney Plus and Netflix are really competitive, because it's different shows you have on different platforms. So if you say, okay, I'm not gonna have Netflix, I'm gonna have Disney Plus, then you don't you get TV entertainment as a product, but you don't get the Netflix shows. So that doesn't they don't have to compete, because it's not a commoditized market. If the commoditized market is transport, then you don't give a shit what logo is on the truck. The only thing that matters is the price, because it's completely commoditized. Um, and so if you can get to a point where you have no direct competitors and you own the market, then you can start degrading the service. But you can't degrade the service if there are direct competitors. And this is also what Tesla has been finding out. Like, Tesla was the first real mass market electric vehicle, and they were special and had a lot of cool features. And they haven't really evolved for the last 8 years. Like, my Tesla is 8 years old. It does the same thing as a new one. The new one doesn't do very much better. Like, it's a little bit better at parking, but mine is pretty good at parking. So that's 8 years of not really any innovation in the space. And now all the other companies, all the car companies, they make pretty damn good electric vehicles. Same range, same power, same features. Now, if I'm getting a new electric vehicle, it's not. If I wanted to get another electric vehicle 4 years ago, I didn't really have a choice. It really had to be a Tesla, because the other ones were pretty shit, and you really have to be fanatical to get something else. But now I'm like, there's a there's a Mustang E, the E Mustang, that looks pretty cool. There's a Cupra that looks pretty cool. There's a Volkswagen. They are also. There's all the BMWs. There's Mercedes. There's probably Audis. I'm actually looking at, for my next car. My dream next car is a Porsche Taycan, but I can't really justify wasting that much money on a car. So that's gonna be like a little bit of a dream. The Subaru. Ooh, yeah, but I'm not lesbian, so I can't buy a Subaru. Hey, it's not me. It's their marketing. I mean, then good for you. Then you're just the you're just the market, their key audience, but I'm not. So it's so funny that they were leaning into that market, and I studied it for my MBA, like from a branding perspective, how damn clever they were. Like, they found out that they were the favorite vehicle for lesbian couples and for outdoorsy, and they were like, all right, we lean into that. And then they started having like these subtle commercials that were they were sort of leaning into it. It's like saying like stuff like, it's not a choice, you're born this way. And then everyone who was homosexual or trans, they were like, they're talking to me, while everyone else were like, I don't know, it's just whatever, commercial. That was pretty just, yeah, don't buy Ford French, Fiat French. Yeah, that's actually quite nice. It's even needed to be the best car on the market. It's made for me. Exactly. And then of course you lean in. Like, for example, Saab, the Swedish brand, that doesn't exist anymore. They were also leaning into. They found out that their market was the owners of Saab were the most well-educated car owners. So on average, a Saab owner was more educated. So they were leaning into it and leaning into that intellectual image. And they showed the Saab Gripen in their car commercials because it was like, oh, it's the same company that makes fighter jets, and you're leaning into the tweed jackets and the pipes and the stuff. And then they're like, okay, so they're okay. If we get this market, sure, this is our market then. My grandpa used to drive a Saab, yeah. And like Volvo is leaning into the safest car, and it's if you find something that's like, oh, we just happen to have this market, cool, let's lean into it. And it's not just for that; it's also for streamers, right? I'm leaning into the give me all the engineers and all the programmers. All the kibbutz can keep all the teens. That's fine. You could keep the teens. Give me the programmers and engineers. So, Volvo is a Chinese brand. Nope. Volvo truck is a Chinese. No, Volvo truck is Indian. Waiting for people to lean into removing the indicators. Well, they're optional extras. Yeah. Wait, he's talking to me. Yep. Like, this kind of content appeals a little bit more to engineers and programmers than it was actually interesting. I went to Kibbutz stream on Friday when I couldn't work because my microphone wasn't working. And then I asked him, hey, why are you not playing Captain of Industry? It's a great game. And he was like, yeah, it's not very clickbaitable. And it's also a little bit on the complex side, something like that. That's paraphrasing. And that was a brilliant answer, like brilliant answer, because it's so damn true, right? It is not very clickbaitable. It's not very easy to make a, oh my god, I built the biggest something something. It's more along the lines of, all right, I found a way to do this, and it's a little more compact, and it's very clean and crisp designs. But you can't make the city skylines or the Satisfactory like, oh my god, I built the biggest, or no, it happened, picture of a face and then a nuclear waste thing, or I abused the public toilets and made 1 million people use the public restrooms in city skylines. Those kind of clickbaity titles and stuff. You can't really do that with Captain Industry. Plus, it's a complex game, so it's not having this wide appeal. It has a very narrow appeal. It's brilliant answer. Really showing that understands his market. Yeah, but it's interesting. Accidentally stumbled over your new Captain Industries and love the smelter. Definitely gonna make mine a little more spacious. Yeah, awesome. I flattened the island. Nobody who's not played it finds it remotely impressive. Exactly. Like, it's a huge achievement, but you can make a screenshot of a mountain and then an arrow over to another one where it's flat, and then you can make the lines out, and then you can write noob on one side and you can write Nilaus on the other side. Like, those thumbnails, right? It's a formula. I think this one has worked far and wide enough for us to say that it works. And I don't mind making nice thumbnails, but I don't like cliches, and there are just so many cliches out there. How many red circuits are we producing? 12. 12 per second. So, we can now make the red circuits. And the red circuits will request greens. And the red circuits will request green circuits, which we have built, we just didn't do, haven't used for anything, and plastic and copper. So at this point, I think we can I'd actually like to unleash it again. 22 minutes per train. Yeah, it sucks. New passengers would be unironically hilarious. Yeah. So I am the tutorial is better branding for you. It is, but it's not. It's better branding, but it's for a narrow audience, right? And I still see that some of my best performing videos are just the aesthetic ones. And for example, the last one on the self-expanding base. This is kind of why I wanted to start the self-expanding base. Published 20. Is that the one? No, that's not it. So the first one for the self-expanding base was 53,000. That's pretty good. But I think the last one was actually better. Let's see where we are on that one. 94,000 for the latest one. And it still gets like 1,000 views per day. And that has like, on the one side, a single block, and then an arrow over to the other side where there's multiple blocks. So, yeah. It's a pretty good thumbnail. It's not over-promising, but it has this notorious arrow. So, you know. How I'm planning mining in the base, I don't know. Well, we don't know yet, but we'll find out. There is an option. There's like a scanner as part of the of this mod that recursive blueprint. There's a scanner thing somewhere. I think I saw something. I don't know, but there's a thing, and that one, resource scanner, that can scan an area and then it can output signals of what it finds in that area, and that means we can basically at the very end we can scan the next block, and if the next block contains any resource that we need, which is pretty much everything, then we'll stamp down some kind of thing that will mine whatever it can into some boxes, and then it'll be a thing. That's the plan. So I think it's something that can be done, but it's also something that's a little bit complicated. Cool. I think we fixed all of our things on the to-do list. On top of that, we have also built red circuits. So that means we should now be able to make blue circuit build. Sweet. I'm going to save first. Number 4. And then I am going to start cleaning up. Looking good. And then we need to go in here, and then we start. Is everything reset? Yes, everything is actually reset here. Because we went back to this location to start up. Excellent. That means I just need a build. That one. And I think it's ready to go. Damn, that's pretty cool if it works just like that. Shouldn't we limit red circuit train waiting time? Just like the... Yeah, I think we should. We should like be 1 minute maybe? 2 minutes? It should not wait more than 2 minutes. You're right. I think that's a good idea. Two minutes is definitely enough to get it, but we want to get it going in reasonable time. Ready? Should we start it now? Nah. You guys are going to have to endure another break. We're going to take a break, and then this would be where I normally end, but thanks to that glorious train. It's so funny, like, let me see, what does it say here? It says 79 subs today, which is amazing. But the 71 was during the hype train, and then there's been, for the rest of the day, has been 8 subs. It's just, you guys are good at just clumping it up. Let me see. Oh, I'm really close to the edge here. There you go.
Our illustrious champion
Starving and
returns.
Susing, thank you for the prime. Look at that. Brilliant. Thank you. Thank you, guys. To not allow to guarantee. Yeah, probably good idea. Hey, thank you. Alright, I'll be taking a short break and then we'll be back for the last hour. We will be unleashing it and then probably fixing mistakes as we find them. Be back in a bit. And welcome back. Thank you very much for sticking with me this late. Okay, is it time? I was here a couple of hours ago and you were... Whoops. Oh, Nox, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Thank you. It's been a while. It's been a while since I've seen you, at least since I've seen you dropping those gift subs there. Thank you so much for that. 8.9 blue circuits per minute, just half goes to yellow, and the other half goes to RCU. Okay. I was here and you were setting up the train unloading. Well, yeah, Jonas, we are setting something. Yeah, we'll see. Hey, Anram, thank you for the 200 bits, and thank you, Silver Cecil, for the 200 bits. Thank you. All right, I will unleash the base. Now I can sit back, relax, enjoy the ride. And the first thing we built is, ta-da! Hey, Copycat, thank you for a gift sub, gifting forward your sub you got from Nock. That's
our modest fellowship expands.
nice of you. And now we're waiting for the robots to wake up. They always take a while to wake up. It's a level 1 hype train. Glorious. Thank you. Paying it forward. Absolutely. That is so nice of you. If everyone did that, we had a pyramid scheme going. Alright. Yes, you're right. You're right. The red circuit train. I think that's a good point that it has to be doing something. So. Yeah.
A kind gesture.
And item count is at least 1,000. 1, 2, 3 there. And these two are going to be end. Yeah. So it's either full cargo or it's waiting a time and it has at least a little bit of stuff in it. Yes. And start. There. And steak. Thank you for the 200 bits. I haven't played this in quite a while. Too many games, not enough time. Well, that's fine. I'm also just playing it once a week here. And unleash the factory builder. That's it. I love factory games like this one, but I only have the demo and I don't know if it's worth to buy a game. It is. Says the guy who spent 7,400 and I'm not gonna lie to you. It says 4 hours, but we've been spending for 4 hours more, so it's probably going to be 7,408 hours by now. So it's, if you like it and if you enjoy the demo, it's definitely worth it. If you have a relationship, a significant other, it might not be worth it. If you have a job, a career, a life, a hobby, it might not be worth getting Factorio. Because, you know, I started playing Factorio, I got divorced, I got fired, you know, it's all good, but my crack is still here. Cool, so we got the first one in here, and that train, it got to a level 1. That was very nice. Oh, we forgot this part. We forgot the securing that one. Passenger working from home full time? Absolutely. Absolutely. Where are the robots? Why are they not flying out? Now they are. Good. Thank you, Steven. Thank you so much for 10 gift subs. Oh, I see JD got a gift sub. Don't know if he's here, but hey, JD got a sub. Awesome. We secured that by passwords, didn't we? Yes, we did. 60 seconds, 400 bits, and 1,000 bits from Steven. Thank you so much, Steven. You couldn't let this get stuck. Thank you for that. And that is a level 2 hype train. We secured that by... We secured what? By power switches, I guess. I don't think it necessarily guarantees it. No, it has nothing to do with the power switches. This is, for example, what happens is it builds up here, but it doesn't build this power pole. So they come in and they charge at this location, but there's no power because there's no power pole. So the battery, internal battery drops below 50%. Then it shuts off the zone, and then the drones that are already in there don't count as in the same network as if something as the rest of it, and therefore it starts inserting more. That's why it happens. It's because Roboport shut down, and they don't shut down. That's not going to be fixed by power switches. That's shut down because of if this is not done, if this power pole is not done before that, then yeah. I have zero understanding of this game because I haven't played it, but I'm guessing it's a learning thing. Yeah, it is. It's definitely there's a lot of learning thing, and what you're seeing now is something that I don't think a lot of people could do, because I'm not playing the game. I'm letting the game play itself through building basically a little computer here. I have a combinator circuit that generates coordinates based on a circular spiral. Is that interesting to you? Nope. But thank you. This does exactly the same. You can see it. It does exactly that here. It's made by 3 trailing spaces. City block algorithm. 3 trailing space. City block algorithm. But thank you for offering. It was something I tried building and I just realized I couldn't build it myself. I certainly couldn't build it with people looking over my shoulder. It was just too complicated. And then, poof, someone way smarter than me build it. So awesome. Thank you. Extra trading space. And it works exactly the way I wanted it. And now we just have to offset, and yeah, it's working. We've not seen any problems with this once it's built. That's the beauty of code. Is like when you build something, then when the code works, it works, and then it's not going to stop. It shouldn't stop working, and then you just can sort of build on top of that foundation. What other games do you play? Well, mostly builder, factory, logistics, simulation games, but also other games. Works on my machine. All right, not that I don't expect anything, but I just wanted to say that hype train is still ongoing. If anyone wants to sub or resub, then consider doing it while we are on a train. Current circuit build is a square spiral. True. That's also absolutely what I want. I want a square spiral. Because I'm kind of a little bit square. Do you play games when you're not streaming? Only when making YouTube videos. I don't play games that I don't make content for. That's just how it works. Is it a Factorio hype train? It is. You're Danish? Absolutely. Hence my beautiful musical Danish accent. Publish a blueprint that fixes the robot getting discounted. Discounted? I don't know. Oh, I didn't see it. And then we started off by building 5 city blocks of this, which is a little bit boring, but it works. Thank you, Jeff. Sorry, I missed it. Your productivity is exceeding my capacity here. One-time robot inserter. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
A new subscriber.
Oh, right. Let's wrap up this train here. Where are we?
An army.
Thank you. I'm Tough Cookie. Thank you. And 20 subs for completing level 3. So that's 19 subs now. Thank you all for joining. Import. I don't think that's a good idea to set up, but I want to see what it does. What does this do? I don't get it. Limits by count inserted instead of network count. Ah, okay. Okay, so it counts what it has inserted, and what it inserts is then fed back into the enable condition, and then it goes up to whatever. Cool. All right, that's a cool way. And then it needs to be reset. We need a reset condition for it as well. Cool. Thanks for the level 2 hype train. Thank you very much. Has 7,400 hours in game. I said, what does this do? Yeah, I mean, doesn't matter if you have 7,400 hours of programming and someone hands you a bit of code, then it's very logical that you go like, what does this do? And then you try to figure it out. Just because you have a 7,000 hours of programming, then when you see a new piece of code, it's still going to be needing some time to understand it. You make it a decider command with an R equals 0. Yep. And then hook it up to the push button. Yes. That's a good point. We will definitely do that. So, all right. So we finally got started on building the first one. And we have power charged up there. The fact that it has to build 5 in the beginning is kind of a lot. But hey, it works. So the next one will be yellows, green signs. Yes, green signs coming up. And here we can see what we still have in our queue. We have green signs and then all the sciences. And now this one is also activated. So fixed one of the problems. Oh, we're up to 324. We have way above 327. Well, that's gonna be one more thing. And now that we've built this, we are requesting fuel for the trains. We're requesting iron and we're requesting copper. That's good. Let's double the game speed if we can endure. So we get a little bit faster. Oh, that mods command is actually not great. It says no current series uses mods. If someone wants to help out on that one, that would be lovely. Oh, now it's way above. Okay, well, how did that just mess up so much? Well, it is what it is. We now have a lot of robots. Maybe too many? I don't know. I think that might also be our little test with the other thing. Beep. Damn you. Beep. We should then see a storm come down. There we go. And there comes the next batch. So as these get built, we can build further up. We can build further up. Yeah, the beep is means a new iteration, a new city block is being built. And they're swarming up here. Great. How many entities in a city block like this? About 1,000. A little bit more. 1,200 actually. Alright, so we could also have, instead of having this, we could also just have like 1,000 normal bots, and that means there would like be one big swarm coming out. That would also be pretty good. Go, let's see. Are we building? Hello, Beta. Thank you for the 48. Whoa, that's 4 years. Damn, 48 years. Digging into your story missions series right now. Keep up the amazing content. Thank you. It's, I mean, if you're interested in it, then it's just so many hours of I think, amazing content. I mean, it's, every mission is different, and you kind of have to figure it out and figure out how to approach it, how to solve the problem, how to also, for me, just also how to solve it sort of as fast as possible, in, or more direct as possible, not to go like, okay, I'm gonna spend the 50 hours on this mission. That doesn't really make sense for me. So things are coming in. This one is for getting lights, so let's start a new notepad. Roboport limit to 300. Oh, 3,002. Roboport limit, and the other one is lights in, it should, what is this one called? This is called train fuel lights. Cool. Stormins aren't the tutorial levels. I have to check them out. Nope, they're not. They're a mod made by Green Flag, and they're absolutely amazing. I know this doesn't matter because we're gonna override it anyway, but it'll get a little better. Yeah. Yeah, much nicer to look at. All right, let's have a look at what is actually built. This is now building. You know what? I'm kind of feeling that it goes a little bit too quick for me. So we're building this one now. Did that go beep? No way, it didn't go beep, did it? No, it's still there. So what should be the next one should be, that's so weird. That is not good. Why? Why are these disconnected? It's not hooked up. No. No. The horror. There we go. You should still work. It does A equal to something. Why is it not? copper, connect wire, and home, connect accumulator to green wire, green global wire. Yep, lovely. And let's have a look at the steel builds. It's working, it's just not getting stuff in yet. And then the next one is now making sulfur. Okay, so now we're actually working on the 3 things that are needed here. So we worked on sulfur and steel. Steel, sulfur, after the blue, steel, sulfur, and then it should come into red circuits then. Next one should be red circuits. All right, let's see. Let's see if it works. Here it is. Here it is. Go, 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 go. It's this one. It's this one. Yeah, it's working. I mean, it's at least building it. Oh, yeah. And this will now trigger some new builds that we haven't seen before. Like plastic and green circuits will now be hopefully built. Because now we have green circuits triggered. Plastic is not... Oh, it's just not there yet. But plastic is triggered. And then we just got the fuel out as well. Let's have a look at why the fuel is not working. Let's go up and look at the train stations here. For the fueling, there are 7 locations that are not getting it because we are simply not getting enough here. So if you see this train come in, it'll immediately get 60, 61, and then now it's again constrained. So more trains here would not make it go out faster because it's still waiting for these to be built. So we're going to have to get an extra fuel location here. That's going to be the next one, fuel location, unless it's going to be like science. Train fuel and raw resource indicator are different order than the decider. Yes. Order of display. It doesn't matter. Of raw resource and train fuel. I have to write it down because we're going to be loading this one, I think, and then it's better to do. There. It never stops. The factory must grow. How much will it build before it stops? It doesn't. That's the thing. It'll, if it has built everything, then it just scales up science and starts building more. So not necessarily, but hey, I totally respect that. All right, so now it makes more train fuel. Of course, this is not working. It's getting some copper in. That's nice. We have the copper, good, but we don't have plastic and we don't have green circuits, and we're not getting it just yet. I would imagine that this is trending downwards now. 77, 75, 74. Okay, so the question is, will it trend below 50% before this one is done? It would be nice, actually. I'd like this to build a couple of those. I don't think it might just be building one more, which is going to be bad, because that means it's crashing potential. Oh, man. Look how close it is. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boop. Now the next one will be... Oh, there it is. Okay, so it built a raw resource build instead. Okay, that's fine. That doesn't take too much power. So the only limit is the map size and everything else. And the map size and the patience of me. In theory, yeah, but the current settings, yeah, and it'll also just jam up with trains at some point, and there'll be a million considerations to weigh in. But the idea is that it will not be sort of building a fixed base. It'll adapt to the needs of the current base, and then identify what is needed and do pull requests. So you can see right now there's a lot of things that needs to be done, and basically it starts from here and then move up, and then it'll take the next one in line, except if it has recently built the same one. And then it'll just keep going up here until it reaches the next one. And if there's nothing to be built, then it will go all the way up and start building more signs, which will trigger again more of everything else. And now I'm pretty sure we're gonna be, oh, we're in massive issues here. Let's see that things have turned off. Yeah, that looks good. Let's have a look at it on a 10-minute. Consumption rate, that is electric furnace, crash. Sweet. All right, let's see if we have this hysteresis. We're at 1% on the accumulated charge. 2%. It's getting very slowly back, but now we'll get more. More. What does it do with wood picked up before placement? There is no wood picked up at this point. I've just removed all wood. But those are small things that we can do later on. Like also cliff explosives and annihilating things. We can always do that. Plus 100, minus 1,000 kilometers, way more than that. Plus minus int max. Or thereabouts. Hello. Hello, kitty. Yeah. Look what I got. Yay. A midnight guest. Let's get you a little bit up here so they can see you as well. You don't really enjoy lying like this anymore. Nope. Okay. And go somewhere else then. You're doing this series to look at Factorio base being built while cuddling the kitty. Something like that. Ah, it's a snake. Let's see. So this is good. It's probably building like 4 or something, because it's only slowly recovering. And as it recovers, it's now at 39. So we should see all of, oh, whoa. That's my microphone. All of these are online. Oh no, they're all synchronized now because they switched off. Bloop, bloop. Doot, doot. That looks funny. Does your blueprint book have names or only icons? They also have names. If you're building something, they can also get names. If you're thinking about it from your mod perspective, I have no problem adding the names. If it's something like it identifies with blueprint or something like that, then yeah. Cat name, I have 2 cats. This is Speedy and the other one is Pixie. Pixie is a little more shy, but they're both very cuddly and they're both orange. And they have 1 brain cell each, which is plenty for a cat. Sometimes Speedy is getting a little bit chunky. He's not even 1 year old, and he's a big boy. Ah! There we go. Is that okay for you now? Is that okay? Yeah. Names not just icon. Yeah, sure. Just do that. It's a little bit, no problem. Easy to add. Very cuddly. Alright, let's see if we can go to a map view. Oops. Hey, Enram, thank you. 200 bits for the cat. Absolutely. You get some cat food then. Ah! Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4. We should be... Oh, should. I hope that we should see this... Yeah, okay. So now it's coming online again. Good. And we're building more power. But you will be seeing this, that it'll build 4 or 5 at a row, and then it'll build 4 here. Oh, this is funny. Like, that's the part that could be built from without these power roboports built yet. So now this is the case. This roboport, everything that goes in here, if we look at the map view.
A kind gesture.
And thank you, Torman. Get some cat food for Pixie as well. Thank you. Also have an orange cat. It's good color for a cat. Yeah. And let's see up here. This is now good. It's not actually good. It needs one more. So just the resources needed to build this one actually triggered it, or maybe it was just like nighttime. And then we'll build one more. But I'm not allowing it to build too many of these. So it needs 20 more. Maybe so, but then it'll build once everything else gets going. Until you cut them in the wrong spot, then they kill you. Oh, that's not nice. These don't. So. Cuddling the mic. So sorry about that. If you are, if the mic is picking up the cuddling. This happens at some point. Well, let's see. They know. They know. Pixie is the other cat, is very much like, oh, I like you, lick, bite. But we kind of got him gotten him, yeah. And that, have you done any calculations on your energy consumption? Could it be that isn't enough of your power consumption built afterwards? Yes, it is, because each of these generate 33 during the day, or 25 sort of on average, including sort of on a daily average. And each of these blocks can sometimes, like this block is taking more than consuming more, but then it just switches these off, because let's have a look at how much this one consumes. And we just switch it over to electricity, and you can see that it used 57. So once it's working, it's actually using more than 1.5 city blocks of this. But I don't mind this. I'm expecting that half of my city blocks will be solar panels, but I don't want it to build 20 of those. So now it'll build 3 non-solar, and then if it needs solar again, then it'll start building again. Because the taboo list is here, it'll make 2 more. It'll make something, and then something else, and then it'll get working. This is now a what? Another iron location. And I guess since it's shut off, then we're gonna get a lot of iron location because it's shut off. Yeah, trains will keep going and they'll keep unloading. That's good. But this is switched off until we get more. We're at 24, 25, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. And now this one switches on. And then the question is 31, 32. Ah, see? No hysteresis. And then now 38, this one also is switching on. To build a separate fuel build for the rockets versus trains. No, not really. You need to hear the cat purr. Cat purring is very much a sound that gets removed by any noise filter, because it's literally just white noise, like it's exactly the kind of sound that you'd want your noise cancellation to get rid of. And now that is interesting. Oh, that's steel. Okay, so we built another steel location. See, this is why it would be nice to print. Should we ignore request for iron while it's turned off? Nope. It's fine. Ultimately, it'll just build up a buffer, and then we'll never have too much of it. And you can only build it like at maximum at once every 8th build. Now we will probably see it decline again, and then start working on some more solar, which is exactly what I want at this point. So we'll get like 5 solar probably, and that means it's a good time to speed up the build, because, you know, solar is not the most exciting to build. But if we look at the red circuit, hasn't been built yet, and that's because if we look at it, steel is unfortunately not really getting there. I think the steel train should have the same logic. Steel train logic to... Good thing you have to not see me spell this. To guarantee departure. There you go. And then we'll get a raw resource build, and then we'll get more solar panels next. It's all over the place. Wow. How could that flicker so much, that A value? We went up to 96. If this is the ultimate Factorio gameplay, right? Automate the automation. Absolutely, Gunther. Absolutely. Would it be possible in much less that there are additional rules for city block placement? For example, not to smelter beside each other. Nope. No, don't want to do that. I don't even want to do that, because that would imply that sort of on the next iteration all the way out, you can't do it. And then like what is the upside versus what is the potential problems? Like if it then tries to build here and then it says, no, you can't do that because it's next to another one. And then it'll try the next thing. But how do you guarantee that the next thing it tries also won't be, and then you end up in a situation where you exclude all the things you want to build because of proximity. And then you are sort of, you get in some weird scenarios that you have to sort of logic your way out of to make sure that you don't get in a random edge case scenario that is going to end up in an error state, because you can only build two things, and both things would be next to another thing that's nearby, and therefore you cannot build anything, and then the whole base stops. And the upside, not really. I heard a rumor that you're going to be playing Beat Saber on stream soon. Okay, good. You started the rumor about it. Cool. Let's see. Let's have a look back at our base here. Okay, so solar panels good. Steel, that's expected. Plastic is then the next one, and steel is in here. But I want to see what the steel is like over on this one. Like, where are you at? This is so damn close to done. So once this one goes out, currently there's only one place that requests steel, and that's here. So once that goes out, it's good. And this is now the problem of unloading, because this needs to get up to 2000 in storage before it stops requesting another city block build. And it will get there, but it just gets there too slowly. I would really like to actually build 2 more unloaders on that side. Let's see, how's this coming along? 700. And now we are looking in the list here. It's still enabled, and it's in the queue here. So the question is, before it exits the queue, it's really important that we have this filled up. It's completely random. Not completely random, but there's so many timing issues here that it's a little bit, yeah. To the number of items in the station. Adding the train content. Oh, that's a cool idea. Now let's go. That's good. Then we can go back here and say, now, steel is gone. Free resources is a little bit annoying, because I don't think we shouldn't build more free resources, but yeah, okay, now we don't. Now the next one is plastic. Oh, come on, give us plastic. Give me plastic. Oh, it's plastic. Woo! It's plastic. Plastic is coming in. Woo, that's cool. And then after the plastic, we really want the green circuits. Plastic, and then, oh, now it's a raw resource again. And that's because this one got built. No. No, actually not. This has nothing to do with any of it. You could really get a base with this before the UPS business CPU can keep up. I mean, you can just run it slower. Right now we're running at double speed. It can't even run at double speed right now. So actually I don't really want it at double speed, but ultimately it'll just keep running at slower speed. Come on. Oh, this is not good. That's plastic. Plastic. Missing fuel. In train. So now also the travel time here is a little bit bigger. And where are we at? One more idle. There we go. And it starts a new cycle, which will be a... Oh, power cycle. Okay. How's the power? Okay, it's dipping. It's dipping. It's dipping. How far is it dipping? It's down to 38, 36. This one starts off. Then it should stabilize. No, it doesn't stabilize. And now that shuts off. And what about the steel? Steel's still online. It shuts off at 25. And... but it slows down a lot in terms of power consumption. If you look at it here, switch off, switch off, switch off. That's 179 megawatt of power that just switches off. Boom. Yeah. And then this one's switching back on because it's above 25. I have a practical solution, but I mean more on a technical side. Seems to me that you're making a CPU in a CPU, so that's cannot be update friendly. It's not actually the most. If the way I build it, it's actually really light on calculations. Because the whole logic is controlled by a belt, and Factorio is very much optimized for belt. Like, the amount of calculations running is not much. All this is idle, and just does one calculation, and then that's it. But I don't have like continuous spinning cycles of anything. Like, they're all just idle. So I think from a circuit perspective, it's really really light because all of the logic is controlled by the belt. Hey, we got the green circuits. Woo, that's so exciting. I'm so excited. Yeah, look at that. That's the first time we see this. And this one we are not really getting. Why are we not getting it?
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Oh, this one is the wrong signal. No, plastic. Thank you, Starving. Plastic. Okay, so plastic is wrong signal for oil refining. There. I'm going to go up here and then say you're actually going to... This is the signal you should be sending. Because that will now be flagging there, which will be the next one. Because I can't get plastic without getting oil refining, and I wasn't requesting oil refining, so boo-hoo. That's raw resources, and then a few more city blocks of power. It's great to see that iron, copper, steel is perfectly good. Plastic is obviously not working. And I don't think we get the plastic before it comes out of taboo. Single belt system in DSP. Sometimes I feel like belt creativity got replaced with something a bit more straightforward. Good night, Yokip. Prepare single belt system. I don't know what single belt system. I don't. Basically, in DSP, it very easily, unfortunately, kind of devolves into in and out of an interstellar logistics. Single-sided versus double-sided. I use double-sided if it's more than... I only use single-sided if I don't need more power. Like, if I don't need more throughput. Otherwise, of course, I use both sides. Here. And this is, I guess this is like 30 per second. Yeah. Not sure this is a good one. I probably should Just to build it with iron and copper smelted coming in, but now I build it like this. TSP only has one lane. I know, that's why I was confused. TSP only has one lane. I know, but I'm confused. All right, so how is this one coming along? That's not really working very well. This system is actually pretty good because it. Yeah, I'm not happy about this. This is gonna go up to 16,000. It's gonna take forever to get 16,000 with. Let's go with the in-game one, and 16,000 divided by 30 divided by 60. So it's 9 minutes to get this green circuit going. Ugh. And whee! Oil! Awesome. I like it. So we get the oil refining, which is what we wanted. And then now I'd really like to get a lot of power, but that's not happening. I get more raw resources. Not sure I want that. And the plastic. Ugh. I don't want more plastic. I shouldn't be building more plastic, but I kind of have to. Okay, so one thing I might be considering is excluding solar panels from the taboo list. I think that would be very valuable. So that it basically identifies is it needed, then it just goes in here and goes around and skips the taboo list somehow. And it's just, maybe it doesn't really export this thing here. It just goes through and identifies like, yep, build one. But it doesn't keep track of it, so it doesn't go out on the belt. Filter splitter, yeah. I don't want to do it right now, but I think that's not. Reason why I want to do it is because what we see is that suddenly it builds like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 solar panels, and then it's very easy to get back into building what I just built before. So I can't keep things. For example, here I build a raw resource and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, and then raw resource again. Like I'd like this to be stuck in taboo for a longer time. By then just keep going like, if you need more power, just build more power. Keep building more power, and then only when the power is done, then you start another loop. I think that's better. Main loop. Exclude solar panels from taboo list. I'm gonna take this save because we're gonna remember. There's no way we can remember this. So that's session 11 notes. Oh, see, now it builds another red one, which of course is a waste because it hasn't even started working on the previous one. Just have more taboo tokens on power. No, quite the contrary. That's literally the opposite of what I want. Because if I add more taboo tokens, then it can make a raw resource and then just more power and then more raw resource again. I need to make sure that it actually builds. The taboo list should be only counting meaningful city blocks, not power city blocks. So it's the complete opposite of what I want by adding more taboo blocks. I wanted to build as many solar blocks as it wants, whenever it wants it, always first, and that should not go into the taboo because this is the problem. Here to here, this is the problem. I've simply built too few of the ingredients going into red circuits until I get to the point where I can build red circuits again. Yeah. Because having 2 of these red circuits, and this is not working yet. Nope. Why is it not working yet? Really shouldn't it? This is 25,000. Come on. Get on with it. What are you at? 3.3. Okay, so it is emptying in here. 36. Oh, okay, so the other one did actually go out and drop it off somewhere. That must mean that plastic has started. No? We're also not getting any coal. Why are we not getting coal? Destination full? Ah, that doesn't make any sense. Where are you going? Why are you going to this one? That can't be right. How are they all stuck at destination full? Raw resource loop. Something is wrong with coal train. I think a good way would be build power before building a new square. Speaking of, yeah, I don't want to build, no, I don't want to be fixing it to say always build one before the other. I want to have it demand driven and not sort of paired or sequenced or anything like that. I want it to be like a random weird pattern here based on identified demands. There we go. So we had a little bit of a problem with this one, and now you're flying out. That should fill up to, what is it, 8,000 it needs to fill up. That'll take a little bit of time. Not so much because it's 120. But we're starting to make like a second copy of it. Obviously not a good idea. And also the green, I don't like the green circuit, by the way. It's going to take forever before it's done. Let's do a green circuit. Redesign away from ore. I think that's what we want. Because now we also have smelters here. And it's just, it's too slow. I think when I designed this, I was more concerned about train traffic, and therefore minimizing the amount of train traffic was more important, even though this would take a long time to fill up. Then I think it's better to focus a little bit more on throughput and then just have the trains come in from that one. Because look at these are idle and ready to go, idle, ready to go. Let's use those in here and then build it 2-3 times as big. Force priorities 1, it does kind of do that. Kind of. Not much, but it kind of does it. This one could also just have a better second condition. I could also just go like, whoop, there we go. Now it's working. Let's see which one you go to. There we go. Bloop. And plastic. Ah, you're so close. But it's going to take forever to get it started, even on just the blue science. But it is a lengthy process. Of course, it's also like building an entire base from scratch, and that's not going to be a quick task unless you're a speedrunner. I'm not, but that being said, it's also just expanding the base pretty damn quick. Yeah, force the other coal trains to stop for now. Yeah. So I think it's because this one is... Oh, there we go. That's the problem. There you go. That helps. You can't tell the auto builder with the rule to say it can't build the same square next to the other. You asked the same question 10 minutes ago, so I answered it there. It is incredibly complicated to do. Like, how do you define what is next to? Like, think about it. You're standing in this location, which doesn't have any coordinates. The only coordinates it has is these coordinates, right? So now you have to identify what is built, what is next to, and then afterwards you have to identify what is built in that one. And then you have to compare. Like, that is incredibly difficult. Defining something as next to and then identifying what is built. Because I can't tell if, based on the numbers, easily what is next to each other. Because they're going to be, I mean, yeah, they're coordinates in a coordinate system. So be just one line of code. There we go, Fritz. You take care of that the next time. That's your homework. And what about our power is not good. Not good at all. Oh, okay, so it dipped because it was nighttime, and now it's getting back up, hopefully. But it has now triggered again. Yeah, nice callback. Yeah. This one is obviously not working, but this is working. It's just... Oh, look at that. I think it triggered with the 1000. Now you're gone. There. There we go. Yeah, it had exactly 1000. Hey, we get the first little blue signs. Woo! And this one needs to go... Give the square a unique ID at the same time they have coordinates so that the same ID can't be next to the same idea. And again, like, you're still comparing. Now you want extra variables. Now you want to compare variables. So when you're standing here, you have to identify all the ones that are next to it, figure out where they are, compare IDs, and then what are you going to do if it is the same? What are you going to build instead? Like, there's just... Ugh. And then later on, when you're running it, and you're going like, okay, now we should build an iron. Why are we not building iron? Oh shit, it's because it has identified that it's next to an... yeah, every time you make a fork, you also have to be testing it and testing all edge cases. So the marginal value of your proposal has to outweigh the development cost and the testing cost and the maintenance cost and the supporting cost, and it's just not fucking worth it. It is just product management 101. Like, it's so easy to think of something and you have to weigh in all of the costs, the lifetime costs versus the lifetime savings of your extra feature. And particularly when it's an, oh, if random rare case, then do X. That's just a shitty thing to test and write test cases for, write documentation for, make sure the support staff can support it, maintain it. Every time someone messes with code, they have to look at like, why does it say if this value then, okay, and then it goes over to a completely different area of the code. So I need to make sure that I also consider that when I need to change something. And it's just, yeah. I think that's why I was a good product manager, because I really held back on those kind of things. That's so easy to articulate, but so expensive to support. And I remember those cases when we've just been like having massive breakdowns on these old legacy systems, and we just had the entire business just shouting at us, and all the specialists just digging through the code and figuring out why this wasn't sent. And then afterwards, like, okay, we found it. Like, okay, what is it? All right, if the last financial date of the month is on a Thursday, then it's not supposed to count that day in Bulgaria, because they don't allow backdating if it's on a Thursday. And then it is supposed to block the outgoing invoices in order to, and then put them in a buffer that will then be executed past midnight. Like, are you fucking kidding me? It works exactly as it should be, but someone forgot that there was a specific rule in a specific country under specific conditions, that it was so much easier just to write code for it. Pre-submit isn't actual. It is actual rules. Every single country has different backdating rules. Every single EU country, like, backdating of invoicing is like a pain in the ass. It's always like, are you allowed to, like, the idea is that if you issue an invoice on the 1st of the month, are you allowed to backdate it to the 31st of the month of the previous month so that it counts as revenue for that month? Like, ultimately, in my opinion, like, it doesn't matter. It's just, I mean, whatever. You just pull it a little bit closer, but that's important. And then you sort of figure out how these rules are in different countries and when it's allowed. And the invoice numbers have to be in a sequence, but some invoices can't be backdated. But if you backdate something, then suddenly they're no longer in sequence because they have to be in sequence, but suddenly something is backdated, but you can't do it with intercompany invoicing between the same legal entities in different countries. You're not allowed to do that, but you're allowed to do it with haulier invoices and customer invoices, but not. Fuck off. And all of this, I had IT people who had to code it. Yeah. And that's the kind of thing where it's like, okay, every time I was like, how often? How many invoices per month? Like, is it right? Okay, so this is in one country, in one type of invoice, in one scenario. All right, cool. Write an SOP. There you go. Here's an SOP. Hand it to the business. If this, then that. Like, oh, we can't keep track of it. Why the fuck do you think we can keep track of the code then? No, it's that when you walked up. That wasn't it. It wasn't because of that. I think those are rules of the business. Every business has these weird, quirky rules, and especially if you work internationally, then every country has different rules about what you must and what you're not allowed to do. And they change, and VAT rules, and oh man, that's just features, and that's not the frustrating part. It's that's just how it works. It's complicated, right? That's why you can build a proof of concept in almost no time. But when you actually have to build it, then it suddenly takes thousands of man days. There we go. We built another facility. I am super liking this. Looks like everything is working. This overview kind of looked like a circuit board. That's also what I like about it. Plus, it's looking different every time. So I have now notes for the session 11. That means next time we start up next Sunday, we actually know where we're going to start up and kind of have an idea about, yeah, how it works. So we are at 1 o'clock. Thank you very much. Change signal off track to the east. Ooh. This is east. Change signal off track. Don't see it here.
A new subscriber.
Hey, YOLO Max Swag.
With determination.
I can't see it. Petroleum output. This is petroleum output, right? Ah, there. Haha. And this one is oil refining. Oil refining, good. Because I have to mark it then. Rogue chain signal. Sure, we're going to know what that means next time. You have to be here next time, Andy Man. Otherwise, I don't know what it is. Anyway, thank you very much for watching. Tomorrow and the next couple of days will be all about Captain of Industry. Hope to see you there. It's going to be super awesome. And I'll see you tomorrow. Good night. Take care. And stay effective. And thank you for the hype train.